change it here in a moment. Yeah. Hello, good day, everyone. Let me just change the title real quick because today is not the B Cup. Surprisingly, we have the L Cup today. Lawlights round robin tournament. That is the L Cup 15. Let me change the bot command as well real quick, and then we are good to go. Little secret. That's perhaps not that much of a secret. I'm always glad when there's something else to cast other than early rounds of B Cup, because early rounds of B Cup, not that interesting. And also they take long breaks, which can be a bit exhausting. All right, let me run an ad real quick here so we don't have it in the middle of the game. We are about to get ready to start our first couple of matches here. Friday the 20th today, 1 week after Friday 13th. Hope you guys are having a good start into the weekend so far, or at least looking forward to it. We have 4 players today. Let's take a look at who they are. 4 players today in the L Cup 15. Lawlight, Lin, 120, and Kaho. This tournament, if you're not very familiar with it, it only has the round robin stage. There's no grand final, there's no best of 5, no best of 7, no finale, so to speak. We're going to have round robin, so 6 matches today, 1-day tournament, and then we're going to be finished. I think the last one went to Happy, right? No, Labby. Wait, did I cast this? Oh no, I didn't cast it. I didn't cast this because I was not allowed to cast this. But there seems to have been a change in opinion. Apparently today, I am allowed to cast Pog Champ. I was L Cup 12, where Happy took first place. After that, it was Focus, and then Labby. And today, a new row of players in the mix. Lawlight, Lin, 120, and Kaho. Good little bit of prize money here coming together. $700 in total, with about 400 for first place. That sounds pretty good. Oh my god, that's so loud. Holy shit.
Yo, hail Satan everyone. We approaching the 100. Remo doing another Macarena dance on anniversary?
Lecrest Fallen, thank you very much for the resub. It's gonna take more than that for the Macarena, I'm afraid. That's still one of the most cringe-worthy things in memory. To be honest, like, it wasn't that bad, and I know that, you know, making fun of yourself every now and then, it's actually probably healthy. That being said, though, thinking back on it, not a very pleasant experience, and maybe if I do it too often, it cheapens the event. Anyways, let's start the game. First game of the day. Wait, I don't think it's Lawlight Cow, is it? Oh, it is. Wait, Lawlight just texted me back in the middle of the game. The mad lad. Okay. Springtime. Let's get things started. Always gotta remember how to do this exactly. I gotta start this first. Then make sure it works. Yeah, looks like it works. Okay, that's good. So here we go for map number 1. Gonna be a nice long day of Warcraft action today. 6 matches coming to your home screens. Starting off with a double Demon Hunter here once again. I remember this was a couple of years back. It was a bit confusing to see that Lawlight was playing many different styles, but oftentimes seemed to be playing the same style as the opponent. Meaning, when the opponent played Demon Hunter Bears, he would play Demon Hunter Bears. Colorful and Kaho, you know, those are the guys who always play that. And when he was playing against Foggy, for example, and he was facing Potom Hunts, he would play Potom Hunts. At some point he mentioned in a conversation that, yeah, he wants to play the Mirror. He wants to play exactly the same strat as the opponent in Night of Mirror, and then beat him with that strat. That is kind of a gangster statement. I'm just gonna do what you're doing, but better, you know? But it's not as interesting, I would say, from a viewer perspective as two different strategies clashing. It was just yesterday. Was it yesterday? I think so. When ReMinD played against Colorful on this map, ReMinD tried with the Potom Hunts Expo, which did end up losing and was very one-sided in the end. I think ReMinD made some mistakes. Also, Colorful's items were completely bananas. Like, he got 7 out of 7 perfect items with 3 auras with mass bears. Which is to say, I doubt we're going to be seeing any Potom here. I think this is going to be Demon Bears all the way through. My absolute favorite. What's going on here? Alright. Just chilling right now. Getting a sip of coffee, maybe. Maybe brewing a little tea. What kind of tea do they like, I wonder? Peppermint tea? What kind of tea do they drink in China, by the way? Do they also drink like the standard European ones, like peppermint and... To be honest, I never drink tea. I hate tea, so... what's the one they always drink in England? I almost want to say Oxford tea, but that's not correct. Okay, a little bit of movement. Lawlight has the better item so far. Ring of Protection. Chamomile tea. Yep, that's certainly a classic. I've heard that one before. Earl Grey. I think that might be the one. Is it the one? Earl Grey. Yeah, sounds English. Oh, who's gonna chicken out first? Demon are coming back. He wants that green camp. This green camp represents level 2. Items for Colorful so far, not the greatest. We're getting Keeper second and are moving quickly indeed into Bears. First, a little bit of a scuffle. Gonna now be returning to creeping. Big items are possible right here. Sort of accuracy, very bad. Robo the Magi, certainly better. Might be nice on the keeper. Dude, I wish the meta Knight of Mirror would change. I mean, it's no secret. I don't like Bear Mirror. I think it's very boring. Oh, and it's been like this for basically like 15 years. There was some exceptions in the Keeper era. We saw some different stuff. There we saw some wild strats, dude. We had a time where it was mass MGs. Mass MG meta was the... That was the most degenerate thing I think I've ever seen. Just mass mountain giants with double taunt, where nothing is dying. Every fight takes like 3 minutes. Yeah, that wasn't good either. We had mass archers. We had mass glaives. I think the best Knight of Mirror ever was with Talon Mirror. Talons are actually really cool. Compared to the rest, at least, in my opinion. Yeah, I said it before. I think we need 2 balance changes to prevent Bear Mirror as the meta. First of all, we need to change talents. We need to change Fairy Fire. So that Fairy Fire, as a debuff, does not give vision anymore, because that's just annoying. But instead, reduces healing by 30%. And then also, increase the research time of Resistance Skin by a lot. Because of course the reason we don't see Talons is because of MGs. Talons indeed are an amazing counter to bears, but mountain giants which are available from the same tech as bears, the lures, will counter Talons in the late game. But if the Risen Skin upgrade took longer, then the Talon player should be much more easily able to take map control on tier 3, play an expansion maybe with it, and take momentum that way. Why not Huntresses now that they have heavy armor? Don't they counter archers and dryads? Yeah, they certainly do. They counter archers and dryads very hard. But at least on the pro level, we haven't seen them yet beat bears. Now, there are some Night Elves who claim that Huntresses are actually better than bears, and Huntresses beat bears. I've heard it from some people on Discord, who I don't know if I can trust. But also Jens told me this firsthand. And Jens, of course, is a very, very good player. There might be something to this. I don't know. Maybe there's more potential to the hunts than we think. Sometimes the pros are very reluctant to accept a new playstyle. We have examples of this. For example, a couple years back, when the Farseer Headhunter play was really getting popular in Europe on the ladder, it took a long time for the Asian pros to accept that Headhunters are good. They refused to do it for a long time, sticking with blade runs for way longer than they should. So sometimes it's just hesitancy and not a weakness of a strategy that is responsible for it not being played. So that's the one example. The second example is, of course, Pally rifles. For a long time, nobody wanted to believe it was good. It took forever for it to become adopted on the pro level. But once it was there, oh my, did we notice all of a sudden how busted it was. Had to get nerfed in a number of ways. But yeah, that's the thing, you know? Just because pros aren't playing it doesn't mean the strat isn't good. Sometimes just the pros not being aware or being a bit stubborn. I would love for mass hunts to be a competitive strat against bears. Can it work though on the highest level? I don't know. It seems like, especially with Huntress, early game, you know, aggression, tempo play. Early Hippogriff here, by the way, that's kind of surprising. into expansion. I feel like there could be some potential there. At least on paper, it seems like that should work out well from power spikes, but yeah, nobody does that. Now fighting into Lawlight's main base. Very tanky Demon Hunter for Lawlight. I haven't been talking much about the game here, to be honest. Looks like nothing's gonna die here, even. Wow. Look at this, Survivor's Paradise. Not a single corpse on the ground. Nothing died. Good saves on both sides. Cow has good items on the demon. A lot more damage than the opposition. I wonder what's better here in the endgame. Is it a tanky demon? Or is it a damage dealer demon?
A player's forces are under attack.
A little bit more solo creeping here for the Demon Hunter. Lala is trying to get closer to level 3. Level 5, I mean. For the level 3 mana burn, that is. Scouting around with the Hippogriff. We've been seeing, surprisingly, a good amount of Chims lately. In this matchup, even. When we drag out the game a long time. And yeah, the Hippogriff is really good. Can scout around. There should be no surprise ever happening when you get a Hippo for scouting. Yeah, and this part right here is normally the most boring about Bamera. The map is crept. We're camping at home. We're getting a bunch of upgrades for the bears. And nothing is happening.
A player's forces are under attack.
Oh, we got some Pokemon expert knowledge from competitive games coming into play. Saying that Pokemon video game championship matches in 2016... That's some obscure knowledge, bro. Were basically decided by a coin flip. When everyone used the same team of 6 Pokemon. Xerneas, Groudon. Okay, I know who Groudon is. Kangaskhan, Smeargle, I know that one as well. Talonflame and Salamence. The issue is, for us Europeans, non-English speaker or non-native English people. So we all grew up with Pokemon, right? But in the different countries they have different names. Most of the time, not everyone. In Germany the Groudon was also called Groudon. But yeah, that's why we can't really recognize the names, which is a shame. Remember the days of Bear Mirror on Amazonia? Yep, I sure do. I saw a lot of them. Ooh. I just looked up what the Pokemon Xerneas is. I've never seen that before. I guess that was after... Oh, I know Kangaskhan. That's a cool Pokemon. I always liked that one. Kangaskhan I know. Okay, hold on. Smeargle. I should recognize that one as well. Yeah, that was the one with a paintbrush. I thought so. Talonflame. Oh, that's a new one as well. I don't know that. Talonflame. Looks like a bird fire Pokemon. Salamence. Oh yeah, I know that one as well. That was Pokemon Fire Red, maybe? I don't know which edition. I stopped playing Pokemon in Diamond, I think. I think Nintendo DS had Diamond, right? Pokemon Diamond? That was the last Pokemon I played. It was a good game, I guess. But I got really bored with Pokemon over time because it was the same recipe every time. It felt like... Oh, there's a Quil Beast up here. It felt like in Pokemon, like, every single game was exactly the same. You start out, you're a little kid, your Pokemon are shit, you are shit, and then, hey, go out here, you have a starter Pokemon, and take some Pokeballs, catch some Pokemon, you get the first order, you get the second order, and boom, 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 you get 8 orders, now it's time for the final 4. And it was literally the same, like, it feels like, if you told, hey, ChatGPT, give me 10 different Pokemon games with exactly the same formula, but just a different setting every time, you know, that would be the result. Just zero innovation. Ooh, we got some new Pokeballs. Some are better against bug Pokemon. Some are better underwater.
A player's forces are under attack.
My niece is obsessed with Pokemon, so I'm catching up with modern times a bit. Dude, a young cousin of my girlfriend, she's also very obsessed with Pokemon. She's pretty young as well, she's like 19. And she's been collecting now the Pokemon cards, like the trading cards, playing cards. And that threw me back. She showed me her folder full of Pokemon cards. And that threw me back to my childhood, to elementary school years. Dude, we were obsessed with the Pokemon playing cards. Everyone had a folder. Everyone was collecting them. Nobody was playing it, by the way. Everyone was just simply collecting. Get some talents, by the way. We actually have talents with master training. Yo, guys, I can't believe I'm saying this, but we're actually seeing other units than bears. I am low-key hyped about that. We got some other units. We got some abilities. Seems pretty pog. Oh, Demon are caught in a bad position, though. Where is the Cyclone, though? Ah, there it is. One Cyclone getting dispelled. Fairy Dragons up in the air as well. Seem to be doing quite a bit of damage. So it's fairies against talents and talents against fairies at the same time. Demon Hunter very hurt. Oh man, this fight is very hard to keep track of who's ahead. No double Orb of Venom on Lawlite. Seems like a bit of an oversight. No, the Talons lose! Oh, Lawlite getting punished for innovating. Playing with Talons, but seems like he's losing the fight here. A little bit down in supply. Has to TP out. Lost another Dryad. I liked Digimon. I just watched Digimon. I don't know if you're talking about a game or about the TV show. I just watched Digimon as like a, you know, elementary school kid. And I don't know, we just watched every anime back then. I think most of them were just complete garbage. But yeah, we also watched some Digimon. It always seemed really, really disappointing and really uncool that they would evolve and then devolve again to their previous form. I feel like especially for kids, it is such an enticing fantasy about Pokemon. You know, you start out small and then you evolve, you get better, you get stronger, you get bigger. And that's something that kids can totally identify with, right? And that's what they fantasize about. But in Digimon, the Digimon get stronger, they evolve, and then, I don't know why they would devolve, but at some point they devolve again, and then they're little shitty kids again. And you're like, all the power's gone. So it felt like it didn't really fit the power fantasy back then that we wanted to see as kids. At least for me. We got a lot of bears for Kaho over here. And I'm afraid the bears will beat the Talons. As it looks. Experience lead here as well. It's a lot of units going down. And Kaho claims map number 1. Man, wasn't that an exciting game? Oh my. Look at the post game. Damn, look at the damage on Lawlight, by the way. That's the Cloak of Flames, right? Did the Cloak of Flames do like 2,500 additional damage? That'd be pretty sick. Which one do you prefer, Bear Mirror or Breaker Mirror? Now, that is a difficult poison chalice to choose. However, just because of pragmatic reasons, it is Breaker Mirror. Because we see it way, way, way less. Because there's always a million Night Elves in every tournament. And not so many humans. Yeah, that's the sad thing about both Breaker Mirror and Human Mirror. Like, those mirror matches have the potential to be way more exciting than Orc Mirror and Undead Mirror. If they, on one side, don't go bears. And if humans, like... My deep belief is all of Warcraft would be way more exciting, way more interesting, and way more dynamic if Fast Expo was the meta everywhere. In my latest balance suggestion video thingy, I was trying to push hard for Fast Expos to be way more viable. But not just for human, who can always do it, but for everyone. I think the game gets way better, because when you have Fast Expo, you have lots of resources. Also, you're very strong defensively. That means normally you can always go tier 3. You can always get triple hero. You can always go for a big tech tree. And you're not just stuck on one base, sitting around, not doing shit. You know? That's just my view. So, Kaho takes the 1-0 lead, though. Looking good there on map 1. Felt like nothing happened in that game. Maybe that's because I was talking about other things. Then this will be boring after a while. Are you talking about Fast Expo meta? If you are, I heavily disagree. The only matchup right now where we really have a Fast Expo meta, where both play Fast Expo most of the time, is Undead versus Human. And that has been the best matchup. Like, that state right now is the best we've ever seen of Warcraft. And I am never getting tired of it. Undead versus Human is the coolest thing we have in the game. Now, that is a bit of, you know, personal opinion, of course. But if you enjoy harass play, action all over the place, players testing each other, having to respond, being put under pressure, and also situations getting unpredictable. We have so many matchups where the creep routes are so predictable, especially mirror matches, where we know exactly what's happening for the first couple of minutes. Expansions bring in volatility as well, vulnerability, and easy points to attack. When you play one base versus one base, almost always, if you attack into their base, you are wasting your time. And if you're wasting your time, you're making a mistake. So I stand by my statement. Fast Expo meta would be the best thing that could ever happen to our game. Ah, shit. Overlay's bugged again. Hold on. I might be able to fix it, though. Yeah, nice.
A player's forces
Okay, Last Refuge. I feel like I haven't seen this map in forever. LR has been sunsetted in most tournaments. What is the map pool for this tourney, actually? Very conservative. Concealed Hill, Echo Isles, Hammerfall, Last Refuge, Northern Isles, Springtime, Tidehunters. Yeah, if I had all the power, I would be changing the balance in such a way that we would be encouraging heavily Fast Expo play. That means early game defenses get stronger for every race. Early game expansions get cheaper for every race. Maybe except for Human, because they are the best at it already. And I would be throwing in a lot of new maps into the map pool and get rid of a lot of old ones. Vote for Remo Warcraft Dictator in 2025. Variety is the best. Yeah, I agree. I would also love to see many different units, but when we're stuck on one base versus one base, very often you have to build the gameplay and army that gives you the strongest army at 50 supply. Have you noticed that? In Knight of Mirror, everyone goes bears to be strong at 50 supply. In Undead Mirror, in the old days at least, everyone builds Ted Fiends to be strong at 50 supply. In Orc Mirror, everyone goes Radar Walker Blade Master to be strong at 50 supply. And that goes for almost every strategy, almost every game plan. That is what you look out for when you play one base versus one base. When you play two base, when you play expansion, it's a different mindset. It's a different story. You can be behind at the start if the opponent isn't expanding. You can look for the late game. You can look for high supply. You can look for 70 and so on. I think everything gets a lot more diverse with two base. So if you talk about variety, I think expansion play is what you want. I would overbuff the Potom. Yeah, the Potom is... Is the Potom the weakest hero in the game? Possibly. Yeah, Potom obviously needs buffs. Keeper obviously needs buffs. Almost every tavern hero needs a buff. It is honestly unforgivable that a couple of heroes can be played everywhere all the time, and that's just, you know, accepted. Archmage, DK, Lich, Demon Hunter. Orc heroes are actually pretty good because every single one is played a healthy amount. Problem though with Orc heroes is still that they only have one good late game first hero. You can play Farseer as a first hero of course as well, or a Blade Master, but the Farseer will be bad in the late game. Only the Blade is strong in the late game. That means that if Orc feels like they can't finish the game early, mid game, early game, or at least get far ahead, they have to play Blade Master. That is a design weakness. But other than that, Orc hero availability and variety is really good. I think for that reason, some steps should be taken to make other Orc heroes good as late game first heroes. How to do that with a TC or a Shadowhunter? That's very hard to imagine. I don't have the answer for that. I don't know if we can make TC a viable first hero or Shadowhunter a viable first hero. And not every hero has to be a viable first hero. That's not what I'm saying. But it has to be more than one, in my opinion. And the obvious choice there is the Farseer. And the obvious way to do that would be to strengthen his late game ability a little bit with stronger late game spells. Chain Lightning, for example, could be stronger on level 2 and 3. And of course, something should be done with Farsight. Farsight is a joke of an ability as well. And Orc Expo needs a buff as well, right? Well, it doesn't need a buff at the moment in the meta, but if we are looking to... if the plan is to make Fast Expo the standard, more or less, and to make Fast Expo viable for everyone, then yes, of course, Orc needs expansion buff. Is Potom weaker than Tinker? Yeah, Tinker's also garbage. Yeah. Easy to make the Tinker viable, by the way. Very easy. Also something I suggested before. So, the cool thing about... or the easy thing to balance on some heroes... Hold on, let's look at this fight. So some heroes always have to skill one of their abilities. Oh, Naga. DPing out, surviving. It's the Keeper going down. Lawlight here with the Naga play. But yeah, some heroes always have to skill a certain skill. In fact, I guess it's most heroes. So if you buff that skill to a certain point, sooner or later the hero should become viable. With Blood Mage, for example, Blood Mage can go Flame Strike or Banish, one of the two. It depends on the situation, but he always needs Siphon mana. So, if you want to buff the Blood Mage, but you don't know if you want to buff Banish or Flame Strike, you don't have to. You can just buff Siphon mana, and if you buff it long enough, at some point it's going to be good. Of course, we noticed that Siphon mana is too good in some situations. It's also sad with the Blood Mage, because the Blood Mage is very rarely playable, but in the right matchup, of course with Pally Rifles, he is insanely broken. Like, Blood Mage has a very unique skill set that is very useless in certain situations. For example, first hero Blood Mage, complete garbage. But if you can be a strong mana battery for an allied hero and take mana away from the opponent, all of a sudden he's broken. Very strange. Blood Mage, for example, his problem does not fit the problem that I was describing, that you want to buff the thing that he always uses. In this case, Siphon. Now, he always will use Siphon, whatever the skill build might be. But Siphon mana is so annoying that you don't want to buff that one. Flame Strike, of course, is the ability that is still looking rather weak on the Blood Mage. It took me a while to arrive at my point, but the point being, I want to talk about the Tinker. Tinker, we don't know, in some games he goes Rockets, sometimes he goes Pocket Factory. It depends on the situation, but he always goes Engineering Upgrade. Every single time. Because you don't have enough mana to use both Rockets and Pocket Factory, obviously. So, if you want to make the Tinker viable, then buff Engineering Upgrade. And I think it's super easy. Engineering Upgrade, we could make it so that it doesn't just give move speed and damage and buffs the spells, which it already does, but it could also give additional HP regen. Level 1 gives 1 HP regen or 1.5, and then, you know, doubles and triples. It could also make him a viable first hero. Especially in the early game, especially for first heroes, healing is extremely valuable. In my opinion, all Tavern heroes right now in the meta are garbage as a first hero. I don't know if there's any exception right now. I guess on some maps, in some matchups, they might not be complete garbage, they might just be semi-garbage. But for the most part, Tavern first heroes are just trash, mainly because the Tavern first heroes scale way better into the late game. Like a Dark Ranger can be good the first 5 minutes in the game. A Beastmaster can be good first 5 minutes in the game, but then other heroes overtake them super hard. So, in my opinion, Tavern heroes as a first hero should become available earlier to give them more of a earlier presence with which they might be able to do something. 5 seconds or 10 seconds earlier.
A player's forces are under attack.
Lawlight is again innovating a bit, if you want to call it that. He's playing a Keeper third. He's got really good levels. And he seems to be clearly ahead right now as well. He's got the way better heroes. Seems like he's got the orb on the wrong hero though. Naga is the one that probably don't want to have the orb on. Oh, I got way more experience on the map. I guess it all started with the Keeper kill up here, giving him momentum. You got used to the direct strike Tinker regen buff. Now the real thing isn't enough. No, I actually thought of this idea of HP regen before we knew about the Tinker bug. Thank you, Fanagui, with the resub. The Tinker bug was fixed, by the way, in direct strike. Now, it's not just a direct strike bug. It is just a straight up Warcraft bug. But it was exploited heavily in direct strike. In case you guys haven't heard about it yet, through direct strike, people discovered a certain bug in the game on Tinker. And that is that when your Tinker in Robo-Goblin form dies with the Ring of Regen on it, then he will, upon resurrecting, have additional Ring of Regen bonus. So if you have 2 Rings of Regen on your Tinker and he dies, then he basically respawns with 4 Rings of Regen, despite only having 2, but he's got the effect of 4. And if he dies again, he's going to be added another 2 from the inventory. So he goes up to 6, and then 8, and then 10, and then 12. And of course, in Direct Strike, you can abuse that super heavily, because you respawn every 2 minutes, roughly. But yeah, apparently now they coded a custom ability into Direct Strike instead of having the normal Warcraft ability. That seemed to fix the issue. We got a Chimroost, by the way, over here.
A player's forces are under attack.
That's OP. Gonna abuse it now. Thanks. Yeah, if you abuse that on ladder in Direct Strike, you can get banned for that. That is what I got banned for. I was wondering, why the hell did I get banned? I didn't do anything wrong, you know me, I'm Righteous Remo. But yeah, it was the Tinker bug. And that could get you banned, but now it has been fixed, so can't abuse it anymore. TP being forced. You just gonna lose the bear like that? Wait, there was no Dryads here for Dispel. What are you girls doing? And again, the map is fully crept. And we are chilling. Well, although he already knows about the chimps, he's already got the hippos in the air as a counter. Got great upgrades as well. I feel like I've never seen anybody win with chimps unless they are ultra far ahead.
A town is under siege.
The number 1 healthiest change for the game, by the way, would be to remove mana burn and give the Demon Hunter a different ability. I've tried to think of some, but couldn't really come up with anything. What the hell was that sound? Ah, it was KK. Night of Mirrors peak gaming. I don't know about that, bro. Any suggestion as to what? No. Unfortunately, I'm not a very creative person. I'm more like an analytical, critical person. I think I'm pretty good at pointing out things that are too good, too weak, and also keeping a cool head of what is not too strong or too weak, you know, having a measured perspective. But I'm not very good with inventing things, like new spells. What do you mean healthy? Isn't mana burn one of the key factors in Night Elf versus Undead? Yes, it is. That's why. That's also a reason why Night Elves need better first heroes. That's why Night Elf is boring right now. Demon Hunter is the only good first hero. Haven't you been hearing what I've been saying? We need more better Tavern heroes as first heroes. We need Paladin buff, Keeper buff. We need more than just Demon Hunter every goddamn game. But yes, ideally also, It should be an ability that helps against undead. And just a strong ability. But Mana Burn is ultra cancer and has been... Mana Burn is probably the single most frustrating, annoying thing in all of Warcraft 3 history. In the same argument, you also have to remove Siphon Mana. Strong disagree. Siphon Mana is very annoying. That's true. But there is plenty of counterplay. You can use Entangle, you can use Ensnare, you can even use a Zeppelin. You can just use positioning. Or you can play certain heroes against it. As you may have seen from Lyn lately, for example, Lyn is playing only ranged heroes now against Pally Rifles. And that is smart. He's playing Farseer, Naga, Shadowhunter. The reason is, they always stay at range, they always stay at firing range, and when the Blood Mage uses Siphon Mana, they just go one step back, and then the leash is broken. But it's not impossible to counterplay Mana Burn, but it's very hard, and it's way harder than it should be for how strong Mana Burn is. You can ground control Demon Hunter too. Yeah, in theory you can, but in practice, it doesn't really work. The fact that the Demon Hunter can... Like, just having a Demon Hunter in a game automatically makes 60% of all heroes or more not viable. That's a joke. That's just a joke.
A player's forces are under attack.
It's probably more like 70%. You can never play TC, you can never play Cryptlord, you can never play Mountain King, you can never play Panda, you can never play Tinker. You can never play anything that needs mana. And you know what needs mana? Most heroes. And you know what's cool about mana? It enables spell, which is the most fun thing about Warcraft. Demon Hunter takes the fun away out of the game. Maybe reduce mana burn range. Yeah, I suggested that as well. And I think it would be good for the game. It would be a bit of a problem for Night of the overall. They do rely on mana burn. If you do nerf mana burn, you have to buff other Night of heroes, which I also suggested. By the way, the Demon Hunter is actually the reason why Night of Mirror sucks. He's the main reason. Because you can only play Demon against Demon. There's no other hero you can play. If the Potom was very strong, then she would be a good hero because she doesn't need mana. Oh, Demon. Dead. Okay, is the game over now? 3,000 gold almost on Cahill. We have mined out. I think we've had one fight this entire game. You could take away the mana burn and instead make it deal damage according to the target's current mana. Yeah, that would be cool, for example. I like that. Everything is better than burning mana away. So it's kind of like Mana Flare, sort of. Warden is not viable, are you kidding? Oh, we spotted the biased human in the chat. Well, Warden is viable in one matchup, that's true. And that's against human on some maps. But that is the only place where she is viable. Yeah, Warden should also be balanced in a number of ways. Warden is similar to the Dreadlord. But less extreme than the Dreadlord. But Warden is similar to the Dreadlord. Way too good in the late game. And too weak in the early game. The Warden, you can kind of get away with the Warden because she can be pretty decent on level 3. But of course, level 5 and 6, she's insane. So she would need a nerf. Especially the ult needs a nerf. Ult needs a big nerf on the Warden. But yeah, she could be better in the early game. Same for the Dreadlord. Dreadlord, garbage in the early game. But also could use a nerf on level 6 especially. Warden is amazing versus Undead. Wrong. Mostly wrong. Warden is very good against Undead on Twisted Meadows. And that's the only map. Everywhere else, she's bad. Against good Undeads, at least. Against bad Undeads, of course, you can creep level 5, you can jump around, kill all the Acolytes, and, you know, make it impossible for Undead to mine. But against a good Undead, Warden is not playable. Except for Twisted Meadows. I never said it's amazing. Bro, up there in the chat it says, Warden is amazing versus human undead. Are you kidding me, bro? Just scroll up in the chat. Okay. Guys, we're gonna have a fight soon. Is it Poggers or what? Lawlight has more supply. Okay, this is kind of a fun fight though. Let's see how it goes. In come the... Oh my god, this fight is all over the place. We got only one Chim, by the way. The talents going in deep. Oh, we got a heal ward. Oh my god, that heal ward is so good. Demon are staffed out. Oh, talents are all going down. Hippogriff's still left in the fight. I think Lawlight is winning this pretty easy, isn't he? Oh yeah, he's got way more supply. Got the level 5 demon as well. Completely out leveling. Fairy Dragons right now doing nothing really. The shop here is really nice as well. You can go for potions. There's still a bunch of bears on the field though. Lots of Dryads for Lawlight. I'm surprised to see that. Normally Dryads not considered that good in the late game. But just the triple hero here seems to be really good. Good Dispel, heal pots, and the exposed mining. Oh, little mana flare kill. Yeah, Lawlight kiting back. Should be able to take out these units. Demon Hunter goes down again. And that's game. GG. Alright, another banger, boys. We're going to a third map. Yo, who's excited for a third Night of Mirror, huh? Huh? Guys, I couldn't be more hyped. Third map coming up. Okie dokie. You know, last night I was watching the CS Major, and it was super epic what happened there. But this game now, this topped it. This topped it, man. This was even more epic. Bamera is boring though. Yep, I agree. Wait, is the third map? Did they not start yet? We were roughly 5 minutes behind. Did we miss the third map? Yo!
Best man in town bringing us all the name mirrors even better than CS Major. Thanks.
Snap XY with the resub, thank you. Now the alerts was our custom alerts. Have you guys noticed this? Like sometimes the alerts are the default ones from Streamlabs or whatever. And sometimes they aren't. Weird. Is Simple still part of Na'Vi? Technically, yes. Simple is still under contract at Na'Vi, but he's not playing right now. He's loaned out to Team FaZe Clan at the moment. Or FaZe Clan, not Team FaZe Clan. And they are meeting possibly in the playoffs. Yesterday... Oh shit, dude. We did miss map. We did miss map 3, by the way. It must have been a very quick map. What the hell happened? Shit. Wait. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. We missed one map of Night of Mirror. Sorry, not sorry. But yeah, Simple. He is on loan right now to FaZe Clan, and Major continues tonight at 8 p.m. I'm hyped. So Kao won. The third map must have been like only 5 minutes long. And we kind of missed it. Sorry, my bad. And the next game coming up is Lin versus Kaho. All right, all right, all right. Guys, the day gets only better from here. Night of Mirror is now out of the way. And now we can actually watch some real Warcraft. Loaned out? Lol, didn't know that was a thing in esports. Yeah, maybe not in most esports, but Counter-Strike is like... Is Counter-Strike the richest esport in the world? It must be Counter-Strike or League, one of the two. And yeah, what people are saying, what the players' salaries are, is pretty crazy. I don't have insider information. I just heard from, podcasts and shit. And I think some players get like $30,000 monthly salary. Now, when you compare that to football and basketball and whatever, it's not much. But for playing Counter-Strike for esports, that's a lot. Dude, like Counter-Strike... I think even like 20 years ago, which is not long ago, or 15 years ago, they made like 800 euros per month. And now they're making 20, 30, some 40,000. That's the low end? Shit, really, is that the low end? Nico is 6 figures? What? Monthly salary 6 figures, for real? Okay, Falcons is also a different story though, right? Falcons is a Saudi Arabia-backed, owned team, whatever, and they have more money than everyone else. And I think that's probably then the Falcons are a little bit outside the norm, even in Counter-Strike, probably. Yearly, nah, bro. Zaiwu is 85. How do you know? How do you have these numbers so exact? I don't think this is common knowledge, is it? Zaiwu monthly salary. I don't. Zaiwu is rumored to be on 80 to 100,000 a month. Okay. All right, that's pretty sick, bro. Okay. Yeah, Falcons has the bag. Yep, they sure do. I would have thought Dota's the most profitable esport. The International had this insane prize pool, but not anymore. It used to be more crowdfunded. It used to be more insane. And it went up to 40 million for one international 1 year. But the monthly salaries and the sponsor money and the viewership is way, 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 way higher in Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike is sick, dude. I'm looking forward to the Counter-Strike Major tonight, bro. I am hooked. Okay. Enough about Counter-Strike for now, though. Guys, we have a real game. Now, it's going to be more Demon Hunter and more Bears, because it's everything that Night of is playing right now, sadly. But it's only going to be Demon Hunter and Bears on one side. So that does make me also a bit excited. Let's go. Oh, shit. Wait. Overlay bugged at the moment. Hold on. Ah, crap. I have to restart. Hold on. Out of curiosity, what was the prize money of the last TI? TI 24 was $2.5 million prize money. That's still a lot, but that is less than 10% of what it used to be. I mean, $40 million prize money for a tournament. That's just insane. Yeah, so I guess that's also kind of a problem with the Dota scene. Like, TI is such a big deal in Dota that when TI seems to be getting less relevant, less prize money, fewer viewers, it does reflect in a way, and it's not perhaps necessarily true, but it does reflect, it seems like the optics are like Dota's on the decline if TI is on the decline. And of course, the prize money especially is something very clear, numerical you can point to when it comes to that. And there's also some personal, I guess, bias that's speaking on this from my position, because I used to play Dota a lot, I used to watch Dota a lot, I used to enjoy it a ton, but I haven't watched competitive Dota in like 3 years. Every now and then I tune in, and when I tune in, I'm like, this is boring. You know? Of course, that is also a lot of personal taste. Bro, come on. What's up with the overlay? Ah, okay, there we go. Thank you. Yeah, obviously, I love competitive Warcraft 3. That should be no surprise. But also Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike is so much fun to watch. If you guys haven't checked it out yet, I recommend to you in 6 hours, Counter-Strike Major starts. Check out some games. I think it's amazing. Oh my god, it's a Demander versus a Blade. True. We got Cow here on the bottom left. Lin in the top right. Why is it interesting? If I said interesting, then I probably used the wrong adjective. I would say it's more exciting. I think no other esport game has as good of a rhythm and a dynamic as Counter-Strike. I think the big problem with Dota... Yo, Snow Tauren with the resub, thank you very much. The big problem with Dota, and with many strategy games, is there's oftentimes a lull for a long time where not much is happening. I think we just had a great case of that. It wasn't great in terms of our viewing experience, but it certainly was an example that way. The Night of Mirror, we just watched before this, basically nothing was happening for 10 minutes at a time. This also happens in Dota. This is why I stopped watching Dota in the first place. They were just creeping around the map. They were not going high ground. They were just farming, trying to get more and more money. And there was no objectives they had to go to. Roshan maybe every 10 minutes. But very often, things were very passive and on rails and not much was happening. Maybe tactically, deeply, strategically, there's interesting stuff going on, but it's not very exciting. The great thing, I think this is the best thing about Counter-Strike, especially as a viewer esport, is every round matters. Every 2 minutes, you have to make something happen. There's 1 point available every 2 minutes, and one of 2 teams gets it. And so there's always excitement and then build up. Excitement, build up. And release. Or I should say, build up, excitement, release. Build up, excitement, release. And that's on a very short leash, you know? The frequency is very high. Whereas in strategy games, like Dota, like Warcraft, quite often, not much is happening. And there's not too much excitement in the game. And of course, what amplifies the excitement even more in Counter-Strike is that it's very easy to see sick plays. Like when a player turns around 180 degrees, gives an instant headshot. You played one ego shooter game in your life before, and you know how hard that is. And the crowd is going crazy, you know, and there's 2 versus 4 clutches, stuff like that. Counter-Strike is an insanely good esport for viewers. And also, and this is something I notice with my craft, if you want to call it that, they have insanely good casters. Like, insanely good. Like, 1,000,000 times better than the Dota casters. 1,000,000 times better, certainly, than me and Neo, you know. They are so good. And that is not a guarantee. I've watched League of Legends as well before, just trying to see what their production is and stuff. And of course I didn't understand the game. I never played League. But also I didn't really feel excitement from those casters. Not this fault of the casters necessarily. Just no game is as exciting to watch as Counter-Strike. That's perhaps not the opinion of everybody, but that is my opinion, and that is the opinion of many out there. Okay. That might be enough off topic for the day. Let's talk a little bit about Warcraft, shall we? Seeing the Naga here is perhaps a bit of a surprise. Mostly we're seeing Keeper as the second hero. Then it's going double Bestiary and Torrent Totem. We've seen Lin do that the last couple of days. He doesn't go 3 grunts, he only goes 2 grunts. Saving a bit of gold to get the next production building. It's a similar cost. Grunt is 200 gold. Production building is roughly 150. Of course, it's more lumber. But lumber doesn't seem to be the issue here with an early war mill. I think the idea here is Lin doesn't know exactly what he's facing later on in the game. If he's facing bears, he needs this Torrent Totem to get walkers out. And if he's facing just pure dryads, he needs mass raiders. And so the double bestiary there would then be helpful. Then has to figure out what he's facing and then has to adjust. He makes 1 walker already, just for a little bit of spirit link. 1 walker can be nice. But if you're facing pure dryad, of course, then... Oh, the grunts! Oh my god. Lin lost 2 grunts to the creeps. What was he looking at? Somebody should screenshot this and make it Lin's background. Oh, that's not good. Play trying to get the last hit steal. Doesn't get it, but he picked up the item. And it's a very good one. Ancient Django of Endurance, but level 3 on the Demon already. I'm not sure if I ever saw this my entire life. Lin lost 2 grunts to the creeps. It doesn't have to be the end of the world. If it's a passive game now, no fights, and we're just microing up to 50 supply, might be alright. Actually, I take that back. If you lose the grunts against Dryads, I think it's okay, because against Dryads you would much rather like to have Raiders. But against Bears, grunts are actually pretty good, or at least decent, to have as frontline. Normally Orc also wants to play a tier 2 expansion against Bears. Of course, Night Elf takes a long time to get to tier 3 to finally get strong. Orc wants to try to expand and then play with the 2 base advantage. That was not the case here. This might be a good time to get reinforced defenses as well. With a Night Elf close to the main base, he might be looking for a base attack here somewhat soon. Speaking of base attack, with Raiders, can be quite effective. Also, Lin, by the way, no Kodos, pure Raiders. With pure Raiders... Oh, there's 1 Kodo. Excuse me, there is 1 Kodo. With mass Raiders, you cannot beat Bears. When the Bears get their claws on the Raiders, they die super fast, so I think Lin is forced to play a hit and run. Lame game here now. Isn't he? Okay, he's not got pure Raiders. I guess that wasn't exactly accurate. He's got plenty of Raiders though, which are now very fast, thanks to the Endurance Aura. Very quick TP back home, despite being close at the red camp. Lin is going in though. Serpent Ward's here doing good damage against the Dryads if you properly target fires. So far that's not the case. Serpent Ward attacking not the Dryads. Level 2 Serpent Wards should be getting spammed right here. Of course, there's many things to manage. Hard to do it all at the same time. Demon at level 4, pretty tanky. Invoke Potion on the Blade Master. Heal Scroll being used. Shadowhunter goes up a bit too far, getting mana burned. That could have been avoided with better positioning. Kodo Beast looking for the snack. Won't be allowed it though. Nice speed scroll. Ooh, saves the Kodo on 2 HP. That was a great speed scroll. Now the Serpent Ward's trying to target fire the Dryads that they kind of neglected to do earlier on. It would be funny here if he is so greedy to go for the tome and that costs him his life. I would say this fight goes to the Night Elf, especially now because Lyn's completely out of mana, and he is the one requiring much more mana on the Shadow to fight. Scourge Bone Triumphs found earlier, by the way, going to be sick now with the bears, because bears are coming. From the games I've seen last couple of weeks, the strat that Cow is playing here seemed to be the most successful. When we saw Niles instantly rushing tier 3 and rushing bears, it seemed like the Orc just had no pressure on them in the mid-game, could easily expand and then have a gigantic army by the time the bears attack. I think this is better. You go for a lot of Dryads in the mid-game, maybe even some upgrades. We see here 1-1. You try to fight, you try to pressure, you try to make sure the Orc doesn't expand. And then later on, when there's no expansion, you took some decent fights, then you go tier 3, and then you add in bears at the end. Blade doesn't have good items. Yep, that's very true. Basically no damage bonus on the Blade Master. It's a classical concealed hill game. On concealed, there's very few opportunities to find Blade Master items. Oh, if there was a Kodo here, you could look for the Devourer. By the way, where did the Kodo go? Is this the Kodo that survived earlier? Not sure. Lyn is trying to buy time right now. He knows he's not in the best position, but if he can stay alive... Oh, Agitome now? Agitome now? Oh, he saw it! Boom! +1 damage. If the expansion runs long enough, that is Lyn's win condition. Cow has to go soon. I would think with these two bears coming out from the lures, it should be go time. Every minute he waits is a minute that's in favor for Lyn. And the cool thing about this build, by the way, is when you have the Expo, you have enough gold to support all these production buildings. So you go 3 production buildings on tier 2, going only 2 grunts in the early game, realizing you can't really support all the buildings, but at least you have everything in place for what you might need, right? And then when you have the Expo, all of a sudden, you already have the buildings to support all that income. There's only a single lumber peon left, by the way. But tier 2 Orc is notoriously unreliant on lumber. If you stay on tier 2. I guess with the shop finishing, he's going to have 2 lumber peons. Cow got level 5 Demon Hunter. Is he gonna retrain here? Yes, he is. What are we getting? Level 3, Immolation, and Evasion. Ooh, full damage build. No mana burn. That's always what the Shadow loves to see. I feel like... I don't know, man. I'm not an Orc nor a Night Elf player, so it's hard to say how impactful it feels from their side. But whenever I observe games... I always feel just mana burn is better than evasion. Like, just if you get in 1 mana burn against the Shadow, it seems... Especially on level 5, man. 150 mana burn is so sick. But okay, with this, the Demon is very tanky. Can use all of his mana for the Immolation. Big army for Lyn, but honestly, the Night Elf supply isn't far behind. Orc production very close to the main. Oh, and here we have the fight. Another grunt joins in, by the way. This is the 3rd grunt in the game. His other 2 brothers die to the creeps, sadly, as we remember. Kodo's going in, getting off 3 Devours right away. 3 bears out of the fight instantly. And the Shadow Hunter has so much mana. Heal scrolls, heal waves, and Serpent Wards. Blade Master finds himself in a bit of trouble here. No Entangle, by the way, as there's no Keeper. I'm not very sold on this Naga perk. Maybe Kao went for it, trying to have a good early tier 2 stage. Ooh, nice save there as well. Nice speed scroll play by Lyn here! Oh, hold on! Blade Master's dead! I thought the fight was lost already, but apparently it's not. Apparently it's not. Oh, the demon. He's looking for more. And look how hard he is to kill. And there's a staff for him. There's a staff for him. Supply lead on the Night Elf. Oh, wait. Cow is doing it. He's winning this. He's winning it. Oh. I must take back everything I said. I must take back it all. Immolation, evasion. I guess that is the truth. 19,000 damage on this Demon Hunter. Okay, maybe you don't need mana burn. Maybe you really don't. GG, Kaho. Having the right timing here. Lin's expansion perhaps finishing a bit too late. Of course, losing the 2 grunts in the early game was not great. Lin does know what he can do better moving forward. Moving forward also, I think we're going to have some Gumbas. Why don't we? Cow versus Lin. Map 2. Gamba is up. Do we have to play an ad break here? Oh, yes, we definitely do. But we can keep rolling here right away with our next map. Immolation Evasion has better A-move synergy with Dryads and Bears. Now I understand why it's so popular with Night Elves. You bring up a good point. God damn it. God damn it! Overlay bug again. Hold on. Keep forgetting. I keep forgetting. Immolation deals too much damage versus Orc. Bro, sit your ass down. Night Elf is in no way OP versus Orc right now. Just because we see one game winning with Immolation. That was level 5 Demon Hunter. 2 grunts died in the early game. Calm yourself down. Okay? If you're an Orc player, I understand that you feel strongly about Night Elf. You've been terrorized for years and years. And yes, especially on the lower levels, it's frustrating to play against Night Elf. Night Elf is a lot easier. I get it. But that doesn't mean Night Elf is too strong on the top level. I would say that is a ridiculous statement at the moment. 19,000 damage. Lol. Yeah. And Lin still was kind of close to winning. If he's got one heal pot on the Blade Master, he probably wins. Think about it. Also, the amount of damage that a hero does not automatically mean it's too strong. I recently cast a game, my friends. I recently cast a game. It was Happy versus... Was it Kaho? Or some Night Elf. Echo Isles game, Warden first, Warden solo. Expo versus Expo. Warden gets level 6 in the end. Warden loses. Happy wins that game quite convincingly. You know how much damage the Warden did? The Warden did 45,000 damage. Didn't win. You know why? Because the opponent can heal a lot. Just like Orc can heal a lot with Heal Wave and Heal Scrolls. Remo, can you explain why Undead sometimes do Ghoul pulls, but Orc Human never do Militia Peon pulls? We rarely see Militia pulls. Very, very occasionally. But yeah, you're right. Almost never. The reason is that the Ghoul can be a much better aggressive asset to cancel the Ancient of War. When the Militia arrive, they can pull in the creeps, but then shortly after the Militia duration runs out, they have slow move speed and they have little attack damage. It makes it very hard to cancel the Ancient of War if the Wisp properly counter micros with... the Night Elf probably counter micros with Wisps. Whereas the Ghoul, he's got decent move speed, decent damage, so he can assist the creeps way better in canceling that Ancient of War. And especially for Orc, Orc peons, they arrive too late. They don't have militia form. They don't have ghoul move speed. They also have bad damage. And orcs normally never want to scout because they want to have the fastest tech possible because they're so reliant on tier 2 timing. Unusual blade creep route, by the way. He goes for the tome here. I may have never seen that before.
A player's forces are under attack.
Nice archer scout here. Oh, speed scroll. What's going on here? A little bit of a waste of a speed scroll. Not the best Blade Master items so far. Grunt didn't get the steal. So it's Demon on level 2. Got double rings already. That's pretty nice. Blade Master trying to get in front of the archer. But can't get it. Tidehunters, by the way, understandable map pick for Lin. We saw earlier the game basically revolved around the expansion in the end, which it does most of the time in this matchup. Every time, basically, when we see bears. And Concealed Hill is pretty hard to creep the expo. We saw that, didn't we? With the 2 grunts falling. It's a very different story here on this map expansion. Extremely easy. Big Invo Potion, another wonderful item for the demon. Cow gets away with it, no archers falling. He's trying to trigger an ensnare. Only land on the grunt though. Oh wait, is he gonna lose the grunt now? Oh, Lin. Little bit of a shaky start. Ooh, he's gonna lose the grunt as well. Oh, ensnare move backfires. That's another grunt lost in the early game. Shaky early games twice by Lin here. Cow is looking good. It's the same build again for Lin. Double bestiary and totem. Going headhunters this time, so this seems to point to Lin expecting dryads this time. Headhunters are not at all a unit you want against bears. Everything else is better. Well, except Wyvern, but Raiders and Walkers and Kodos, all better. Also Grunts, I would say. Against bears. But against Dryads, Headhunters are very good. Yo, what is that cool emote in the chat right now? Knopf Sunshine. I like that. Lin is actually taking the harder camp here, but he has to creep with the Blade Master. Gonna get level 2 finally on him. Blade Master items again. Quite underwhelming. Oh, he got a parry up as well. Oh my god, dude. The amount of items are so good. Outstanding. Gets the level 3 just in time. That's because of the grunt kill, of course. Yo, Lin might get 2-0'd right here. I mean, the game's certainly not over yet. Does he have mana burn, by the way? He does! Oh, chunky mana burn. Grunt goes down. This game is looking terrible for Lin. Terrible. Only level 1 shadow. Wait, is the blade dead? Sees the heal potion, doesn't go for the blade, goes for the raider instead. Mana burn, now everyone's dry. Okay, some dryads falling as well. The ensnares are paying off. Ooh, nice entangle. Catches the raider, prevents the ensnare for a little bit. Dude, that is Kaho getting a ton of kills on the way to tier 3, no less. Oh, this raider though does get away. Good save. Heal potions in. Trying to force a TP or an inbone right here. Oh, nice surround with the Serpent Ward. Next entangle in 20 seconds, but it's going to TP out. Not willing to use that big invuln. But look at that, tier 3 is about to be done for Kao. Lin's Expo only starting now.
Forces are under attack.
Very impressed with Kaho here. And Lin definitely showing some errors in his game. Demon Hunter, mana burn. Item goes to the blade. Book of the Dead. Questions, does he have Abolish or not? If there's no Abolish magic, this item is amazing. He's gonna use it, right? There we go. He's gonna use it. We do have Abolish though. Oh, well, that's unlucky. All the Skelly's gone right away. That was some free experience. Ride's now at least out of mana. Maybe that's gonna matter. Ah, if they didn't have Abolish, this item saves him the Expo. But as it stands, Expo probably gonna get cancelled. Well, Lin is gonna have to work some magic this game. Only 2 level 2 heroes, Blade Master with weak items, Demon with incredible items still. Still has that invuln. And now Bears joining. Okay, Lin looking for his own bit of aggression, but he's just gonna get slaughtered here, isn't he? Okay, good disenchant, gets away from the entangle. Speed scroll to get away from the slow. That's good save attempts here. He only got 1 archer. For all this trouble, using a speed scroll, losing all the mana, he got 1 archer. It ain't great. It ain't great for Lin. If he had gotten a Coda Devour, then this might have been a good move, but that was not accomplished. Scourgeborn chimes as well. Oh my. Well, well, well.
A player's forces are under attack.
Does Kao feel confident enough to bring the fight now to the Orc base? Can he win? In Lin's hometown. We finally got the level 3s. Oh, Blade getting caught. Wait, is he dead? Oh, no. I think the dust wore off. We have level 2 crit, but Blade Master items still not amazing. The Ring of the Archmagi is a big help, actually. That is a very welcome find, but still so few items. So few items on this blade. In we go. We got some wisps here for the detonates as well. Very helpful there against the illusions. Demoner. Mana burn. Hello? There we go. Mana burn now against the shadow. Demon is running quickly out of mana. Also getting burned a bit by his own wisps. Raiders, of course, always have to run away from these bears. Photo Beast got 1 devour, but there's still plenty of bears on the field. And now it's the Blade who's in trouble. Next. Heal Wave saves him, but maybe not for long. It's only level 1 Heal Wave. Level 2 Serpent Wards. But the Demon and the Bears are just dominating this fight, aren't they? Serpent Wards being taken out pretty quickly. Lin never got to the expansion. I haven't seen Lin get wrecked like this in a while by a Night Elf. Domination by Kaho, especially on map 2. Lin didn't seem to have the answers here in the first game of the day. Lin a little underperforming. We're used to seeing better from him, but even gods can bleed. Lin here shedding some blood in the first match of the day. And that's great news for Kao. This means Kao is now up 2-0 in matches, beating Lawlight, beating Lin. If Kao beats 1-0 as well, where I think he's the favorite, then he is first place guaranteed. Alright, we're gonna have to play an ad here once again, as we are getting ready for the next game. Yeah, it seemed like the Blade Master tried to go creeping in the early game to accelerate and get good items, but he didn't get good items. So he gave space to the Demon Hunter, which also, that's the two options you have when playing Blade Master in this matchup. You can either play an aggressive early game, run across the map with Blade and Grunt, stop the Demon from creeping, prevent him from getting levels, have your own fast tech, and that means that both heroes will be a bit under-equipped and underdeveloped, which can be good for the Orc, I think. Or you go creeping as well. You know the demon is creeping, you are creeping, you're both trying to get good items, but the Blade here never really seemed to be getting enough. Never really seemed to be looking that good. I think everyone loves Lin. Yeah, pretty much everyone. Almost everyone. I mean, with how amazing he is of a player, like, the plays you do Lin, the plays you see Lin do, no other Orc can do. Not everything Lin does, but many of the things that Lin does, no other Orc can do. That's what makes watching him so exciting. It's the same thing with Happy. Only Happy can do many of the things he does. Only Lin can do many of the things he does. It's like watching an exotic animal, almost like a mythical creature, where you know you're watching something special. Same thing is the case right now with 40 as well, especially what 40 is doing against undeads when he's in peak shape. Trying to see if we got an update, by the way, from the B Cup, where the other tournament is going on today.
I am here with Haviv Retigur. Haviv, thanks for coming on the podcast.
That was YouTube autoplay. Didn't want to play that. Looks like Life is playing against Dice right now. Is that the second round already? Yeah, okay. So, the first two games are over. Life and Dice winning the first matches, which was expected. All right, next game coming up. It should be... Is it Lin versus Lawlight? Yes, it is, indeed. Lin versus Lawlight. Coming up in a moment. Can we join already? Oh, yeah. So, let's do another Gamba, shall we? Let's see how Lin is going to do against the second Night Elf of the day. Kao here, obviously, with a great start. Not yet first place guaranteed, though. Not even second place guaranteed. Depends on how his last match is going to go. We're going to see Kao versus 1-0 then later. A sudden Sam Harris. Yep. That's right. That was Sam Harris. Wait, overlay. I think that should fix it. Nice. Oh, I should change that to this. Lin versus Loliot now. Our third match of the day. No reason to expect anything else here, really. Demon Hunter is what it's all about at the moment. I feel like this map is pretty good though for Orc. In terms of late game expo at least. So I think there's two things to consider as priorities in this matchup. First is early game creeping, the ability to collect items, and the ability to get a fast level 3. Especially important for Demon Hunter, in my estimation. But also collecting items important for Blade. And secondly, the ease at which Orc can expand. And on this map, it's pretty easy. 2 Grunts and a Shadow Hunter can creep this camp right away. Lin has been experimenting a lot with 2 Grunts only, not 3. If you go 3 Grunts, you can't really afford Double Bestiary and Torn Totem, but it makes your tier 2 creeping with a Shadow easier. I wonder if Lin is going to make an adjustment now, because, well, the previous games didn't go so well against Kaho. But there were also glaring errors by Lin. Losing 3 Grunts in total in the early game was not great. A Lin in top shape normally never loses a Grunt. In the early game at least. Remo, have you ever played WoW? Yes, I did. I didn't play for long though. I played maybe, was it 2 months? 3 months maybe? I had a couple of characters. I had a priest and a warrior and a rogue. And my undead rogue was the highest level. He was like level 52. And I was somewhere in Kalimdor. And I had a realization that moment. Like, I was really addicted those 3 months. And in that moment of clarity, I noticed, hey, wait a minute. I feel like I'm just playing this and sitting here like a zombie. Like, I don't do critical thinking. I feel like I'm like in a... almost like in a trance. Like, I felt like I was on rails. I felt like I was on autopilot. I was just going through the motions, doing the quests, slaying the mobs, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, you know, keyboard rotation. And it felt like I was zombified. I was like, wait a minute. I don't really enjoy this game. I'm just addicted. I'm just addicted to getting levels and going to the auction house. Bro, I love the auction house. And I was like, I don't like this game, actually. I like playing 1v1 games in Warcraft and whatever, and Dota, and trying to win and communicating and learning. But in World of Warcraft, it just felt like... yeah, it felt exhausting as well. And so I stopped. I never reached level 60, and I never went back. Late Master got a couple of items here early. Once again, not the best items. Communicating in Dota, that's a myth. Oh yeah, when you're playing solo queue, it's a miserable experience very often. But I was fortunate when I was in my
Player's forces are
In
under
my
attack.
teens, that was actually later than my teens. In my 20s, I had a lot of real life friends, and we would hang out together in like, was it TeamSpeak back then? I think it was TeamSpeak. And we'd have like, 4-man groups, 5-man groups, and then play Dota together. And when you're playing Dota together with a bunch of friends, then it's really cool. But yeah, if you're playing alone with a lot of strangers, it can be pretty tough. Okay, what do we got this time? It is no more double bestiary,
Forces are
one bestiary, one totem. We've seen adjustment being made, and an early headhunter for possible dryads. And I think that makes sense as well right now in the meta. Like every Night Elf right now is going to make at least some dryads. Maybe it's going to pivot later into bears, but some dryads we always see. So having 2, maybe 3 headhunters seems to be never a bad idea right now. I think 2 might be the sweet spot. Also, we got Serpent Wards again. Remo, have you tried Scirocco? No, I haven't. I heard about it, though. That is the game inspired by battle tanks, right? No, get done. Like, the creator comes from the Warcraft community, right? What was that fun map called again? Was it battle tanks? I forget the name. But yeah, I've heard about it, but I never really played the fun map, so I'm not super interested. I am very interested in the new patch coming for Direct Strike, baby! New patch is already out on BNet and is coming soon to War 3 Champions. I hope it's going to be part of the new season. Yo! We have a Night of Expansion, by the way. Mass Dryad Expo. I haven't seen that in forever in this matchup. Ah, battleships. Ah, it's based on battleships, not on the tank game. Okay.
A player's forces are under attack.
More raiders. I wonder if Lynn's going to scout for this. Blade Master's in the center of the map right now. He got revealed. Doesn't have the perfect items, I suppose, but he's got a couple of good stat items. Ring of Protection also not bad on the blade, even if it's perhaps not perfect. Mercs are a little broken at the moment. Yeah, I'm not interested right now in learning the new Direct Strike patch yet on Battle.net. I just feel like playing on Battle.net is just a horrible experience. I'm waiting until it comes out on War 3 Champions, but once it comes out, we're going to grind hard. We're going to do some long Direct Strike streams when the new version is out. Especially if it comes out next week, that will be perfect timing, because next week is WSB, and we are not allowed to stream WSB, so if Direct Strike is out, we're going to do a lot of Direct Strike next week. Dude, I've been losing so many MMR points in Direct Strike, by the way. I'm down like 200 or 300 points. Okay, let's focus on the game though, boys. What do we have here? First big fight of the game. Blade Master pretty hurt. Speed Scroll getting him out of trouble. Heal Scroll on the Demon Hunter. He's still doing okay. Nice saves. Only a single archer. Ended up dying here. But I think Lawlight's gonna get the rest of the 2 camps. Ancient of War here in the middle. Blade Master got gauntlets. Blade, in fact, is very tanky with these items. Demon Hunter. Ooh, I love that. I love when he finds the Talisman of Evasion with his skill build. Now he's got basically 3 different demon abilities. And the expansion is coming up on both sides. It's a lot faster on the Night Elf side. And does Lynn know about the expo? I still am not sure about that. Cute idea here with the AP, but couldn't find the cancel by itself. I think the difficult thing here for Night Elf is, once you have the expo... Oh, there's a reveal, by the way. So now Lynn does know. Difficult thing for Night Elf here is, do you just stay on pure Mass Dryad with upgrades only? Or can you at some point find the time to go tier 3? Also, it's dangerous if the raiders get to the tree. They can find a kill very easily, so you gotta be good with the scouting, quick with the reaction. So far, that seems to be looking good for Lawlight. 1 mana burn already. There's a second one. 200 mana burned. Heal wave is in, and that's all the mana. All the mana now gone. So many Dryads still on the field. Blade Master, no invul, by the way. There's no heal scroll either. This is a tough fight for Lin. Not that much piercing damage right here. And the grunt goes down as well. Getting off one Devourer, but the other one was dodged. Good reaction against the Kodo. Demon Hunter. Staffed out and saved. Kodo falls. But a huge supply lead. Huge supply lead on Lawlight. Oh my, oh my. Mass Dryad Expo. Nobody plays that these days. Seems to be a bit of a hard matchup to read for Orc at the moment. Do they play Dryads? Do they play Bears? And now perhaps they even have to consider, do they play Expo? Shadowhunter finally has the level 3. Demon level 4 already. And it's just one kill after the next, isn't it? The walkers in this case didn't really do anything. Shadowhunter goes down, and this might be the game already. Expansion keeps mining all the time. Keeper's level 4. That Kodo's gonna fall as well. Maybe Orcs should try to play no walkers at the start. Just go Raider Headhunter. But the dangerous thing is also, if you have no walkers, you have no Dispel.
A player's forces are under attack. The town is under siege.
Lin about to lose his 3rd map in a row. Before today, it seemed like Lin was in great shape, but today is painting a different picture. Very different. Like Master getting surrounded here. That might be the next hero kill. Heal Potion can only do so much. It is not enough. It is GG. And Lawlight wins map number 1. You guys are losing a lot of channel points today, huh? RIP those channel points. Lin's having a tough time. Before today, Lin had been doing really well against Night Elf, but today the elves are doing well, and Lin doesn't have the counter at hand. At least so far. But new map, new luck. We're getting ready for map number 2. Is it going to be Tide Hunters again? No, it's not. It's a Northern Isles. Okay, well, Lin, is he gonna get buried today or what? Being down 0-3 in maps? Something ain't working today. Lin right now is a very highly rated player. 2nd highest rated player in the world right after Happy. Before today, his most recent results against Night Elves are 2-1 win against Colorful, 2-1 win against Lawliot, 3-0 win against Life, 3-0 win against Moon, 2-0 against Lawliot, 2-1 against Lawliot, 3-1 against Colorful, 2-1 against Moon, 2-1 against Lawliot, 1-0 against Colorful, 0-1 against Colorful. It was a best of one, I guess. The last series Lin lost against Night Elf was in March, losing to Life 0-2. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Are the Night Elves just doing better today? Is Lin doing worse today? Well, especially map 1 and 2, Lin clearly made big mistakes with those grunts.
A player's forces are under attack.
Lin plays great today. His opponents just don't make mistakes. And then it's lights out for Orc. That is one of the most biased statements I've heard in a while.
A player's forces are under attack.
Lin has been playing too much Direct Strike. There's no such thing as too much Direct Strike, guys. That's what I'm telling my girlfriend all the time. Don't contradict me, okay? Well, the Elves play today without huge mistakes, and win versus Orcs, that's just a fact. I don't think that's the right terminology there, bro. That seems to be rather an opinion than a fact. Lin also made some big mistakes, but there's a lot of strategic adjustments that can be made. Again, I would like to repeat. Lin has been owning every Night of left and right lately. Just today he's losing. How about we don't immediately say Orc is without chances. Ah, Warcraft community. Truly, truly amazing.
A player's forces are under attack.
Nice steal there, by the way. Team Hunter doesn't get the last hit. Oh, is he gonna expand? Yo! Lawlight expanding on the way to tier 2. Baller move. Yeah, he's exploiting one of the Orc weaknesses. Orc is not great at scouting. No footies, no skellies, no wolves with this build. Oh my god, he dodged the end snare. Yo, Lawlight is in the groove right now. Dima this time without mana burn, by the way. Gonna make life easier for the Shadow Hunter. Who we do have.
A player's forces are under
Yeah,
attack.
I would say, I would put a lot of blame on the Walkers, honestly. I feel like the Walkers have not done much at all. Especially against Dryads, of course, that's obvious. Oh, we got a Wisp up here. Scouting.
The town is under siege.
Team Hunter now feeling pretty strong on level 3. Wait, where's the item? Where's the item? Did he use the item?
A player's forces are under attack.
Okay, Blade Master got a level 3. With that, finally Orc can scout well. He's gonna check out the main. He can cancel some buildings here. Might be able to get both lores, in fact. Oh, maybe not, though. Keeper showing up. Oh! Is he locked in? That's a wall off, right? Okay, can't get it though. Blade is going to check the Tree of Life down here, where he should be able to delay the Entangled for a while. But Lawlight playing the unusual Tier 2 Expo. This is something that nobody else really plays on the top level right now. But of course Lin saw it on the previous map, so it shouldn't be a gigantic surprise at least. Big heal pot for the Shadow Hunter, very good. Demon in the middle, found some more int items for the Keeper. Good right clicks now on the Keeper of the Grove. He is going Torrent Totem again though. You need to spam this matchup, don't you? I'm not sure. If you've got invulns, maybe not. There's no mana burn. There's also no cancel on the Entangled. Did he just sell the +9 int? Oh yeah, he did, you're right. He sold the +9 int, wants to get as much gold as he can right now. Lin is going all in. No counter expansion. Wants to pick up a heal scroll perhaps and then go. Big last hit right here. Big item. This can be a fight-changing item. Health stone, mana stone. Creep is walking back, making things awkward right now for Lawlight. Also a bit awkward though for Lin. These creeps do a lot of piercing damage, by the way. If Dryads are getting hit, they lose a lot of HP. So far it's Archers being hit though. Spirit Link from the Walker. Speed Scroll being used. Lin is looking for the catch. He comes in with the flank. Hex against the Demon Hunter as well, and there's no Dispel yet. We have no Abolished Magic. Demon Hunter here can be controlled quite a bit. Sorry, I was looking for the word. I want to say protected, but that didn't make sense. And it's a lot of kills for Lin right away. Here is the killer instinct that we've been missing from him. Look at all those kills one by one. Ancient of War coming at the Expo. Lawlight is expecting a counter expansion attempt, and he's right. But look at all those kills. 1, 2, 3. No, wait. 1, 2, 3 Dryad kills and 3 Archer kills. Huge damage being done by Lin. Coming in with a perfect strike. The flank around the side after the awkward creep camp. We all know only a win will satisfy all the Orc whiners in the chat. If Lin loses here, Night Elf is overpowered and Orc has no chance. But if Orc wins, then magically that will be a different story. Okay, now we're fighting mano a mano. Blade versus Demon. He missed the crit, by the way. Entangle gonna be wearing off. Ancient of War holding the door for a while, but now taken out. Serpent Ward's now doing more damage. Demon Hunter super tanky, by the way. These items terrific on the Demon. Serpent Ward's hard to push into for the Dryads. The Demon Hunter might not care about it so much, but also he will feel the sting over time. No counter expansion. What's the Blade doing? Going to the shop. Heal scroll is going to be very value. Demon Hunter coming back from the main. He's got a lot of potions. Shadow Hunter pretty much out of mana. More Raiders. We got a lot of Raiders here. Heal Scroll comes in first, holding on to the Invo Potion still. There it is. One more Serpent Ward being used. Target fire has to be on the Dryads, but it's a lot of damage also on the Raiders. Demon Hunter with potions is sticking around and is holding this position. Oh, the orc whiners are getting ready. The orc whiners are getting ready. I can feel it. Oh, Blade going for a hero play. A little bit too late to steal the item. Heal wards. Oh, ho, 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 ho. What's Lin gonna do now? You know what would have been cool, by the way? When Lin killed all these dryads here, if he had brought one peon to set up a shop. That would have been sick. Okay, in we go. Mana potion on the Demon Hunter. He's ready to burn with that immolation. He's trying to stay away from the demon as much as he can. Dude, these items are so good. These tank items in the demon are so good. The heal ward's also helping out, keeping especially the Demon Hunter nicely healthy. Entangle on the Raiders, looking for more kills. And Snare on the Demon Hunter. There's one heal scroll on the Orc. They're using it right now. Got a lot of Raiders still. A lot of kills possible. Looks like Lin can kill everything except for the Demon Hunter. Oh, going for the Hex, trying to get the kill. Getting it. Mana Potion, Blade Master though. He's cornered and dead. Level 5 on the Demon Hunter. Still full HP. Riot's going down as well. Level 4 for the Shadow. I wonder if he's regretting having Hex, by the way. But the Expo's mining, man. It keeps mining and mining and mining. 40 supply still. The demon is still fully healthy. It looks like Lin is going down 0-2, boys. Get the Reddit threads ready. Oh, we got a copy pasta in the chat. Hold on, what is this? It's not about opinion. It's about the specific matchup Orc versus Elf. I mean, with a normal game sense, with a C, you can see how much mistakes Elf can do and how much the Orc is this strategy game. What you can do to realize that. You can analyze the game. You can even talk to pro elves. Damn, bro. I think you've convinced me. Good point, good point. Yeah. Just gotta love how one day of results will immediately change the public opinion. Especially when it's like some deep laying resentment. I mean, we all know Orcs have been suffering against Night Elves for a long time. But honestly, the last half year was really good for Orc in this matchup. But now Orc is losing. Oh, and the Orcs are ready to get payback. Because of course this game is over now. I mean, it's a Giga Demon Hunter. He's just unkillable. Look at him. He's taking no damage. He is taking no damage. Lin's gonna have to tap out. GG. And with that, Lin is definitely not taking first place. That much is for sure. Most likely not even second place. Night Elves today looking tremendous. Huge mistake. Trying the level 6 troll allowed Lin to have a chance. Or how about this? If you know your opponent has a good chance of expanding, how about you spend 75 gold, not the end of the world, you make a peon, and you scout his expansion. And if he's making Expo early on, Your Blade Master can easily cancel it. Ah. That could be an idea as well. Lyn was the only orc able to win versus Night Elf. Now Night Elf figured out, and the game is over. Wow, Team Hearthstone FR. I thought you were only whining and simping for human, but now I see you can also do it for other races. Unbelievable, guys. Unbelievable. Who have you been listening to that now all of a sudden Night Elf is the demon? You know, I've been casting basically every day. Okay, with my break. But for the last half year, Night Elves were struggling to beat Orc for the longest time. They were playing only Demon Hunter Bears because it was the only thing that was kind of working. Demon Hunter Dryad Bears. And Orc was mostly winning on the top level with expansion play. Now, on the new patch, things might be a little bit different. I will admit that much. But to instantly say Night Elf is broken, all of a sudden when now they do a little bit better, is ridiculous. I would also like to point you to something else. Hold on, hold on. How do I show this the best? I'm trying to find something, guys. Give me a second. I can't find it right now. What's going on? I'm looking for the goddamn prize money. Where's the earnings page? Earnings? No. Prize money? Okay, I can't find it. What I wanted to show you was prize money distribution of this year and last year, and lo and behold, Night Elves are not dominating, despite there being so many Night Elves. Now, I realize it's a new patch. I realize Night Elves got some buffs. And if it turns out that Night Elves find a way to optimize more, and that in the future we will notice, and this takes time, that Night Elf is winning too much, then I will concede. But to say that now, after just a couple of weeks, is ridiculous. It's a give and a take. We adjust, we observe, and so on. Why can't I see the prize money, though? Earnings? It's just a bug on Wikipedia right now. Normally on Wikipedia, you have like this cool page where you can see all the earnings by year, by player, by race, by tournament, and it's a great resource. But you see here, earnings? But there's nothing here right now. Wait, does it work for you? 2025? Ah, wait, this works? Huh, weird. Okay. Yeah, the general page doesn't work, but the other one does. Okay. What the hell is this? So, check this out. Prize money. Wait, this isn't 2025 though. Prize pool of events started or ended. Oh no, this is the year. This year, 2025. Prize money distribution. So, Orc doing the worst. Human doing the best, actually. This, of course, with 40 and Happy also being part of the equation. Night Elf only in 3rd place. Now, I realize this is, only part of the picture. This doesn't fully speak on balance. That is true. But I just get irritated, Like, one day Orc is losing, and then it's like all the whiners come back. Oh my god, Night Elf! Oh my god! We can't beat them. They get too much lumber. Ah! Yeah. Hits me in the soft spot, Okay. Anyways. Let's enjoy some Warcraft together. If it's a game without Night Elf, maybe you guys are also going to be a little bit more chilled out. Oh, but no, it is with a Night Elf. Uh-oh. Guys, what does this mean? Does this mean also Undead has no chance against Night Elf? Well, let's find out. Because our next game is 1-0 versus Loliot. Shit. Overlay's bugged. God damn it. I have to fix it again. Hold on. Night Elf has been OP since day 1 ROC. Oh wow, that is such a wrong and obviously incorrect statement. Alrighty. Come on. Please work. Okay, thank you. Alright, boys. Who is ready for another game? Loliot with 1 win and 1 loss now. This is Loliot's last game of the day. It's looking like a standard opening here so far. Guess what? It is Demon Hunter again.
A player's forces are under attack.
We've seen 1-0 many times in the past, trying to go for a fast expansion. But of course, that doesn't work on every map. So I'm kind of surprised that he left this one in the pool. Because this is like the worst map for Fast Expo. Literally everything else would be better, right? Northern Isles, Springtime, Titaners, LR, Hammerfall, Echo Isles. Yeah, I'm very surprised. Isn't this one of the best maps for Night Elf? I feel like in general this is a good map for Night Elf. But specifically when you have the thought of expanding. Oh, Demon Hunter finds his way to the Acolytes. That's rarely seen. Is there a wall off here? Oh yeah, there is. Okay, so the Acolytes can get out. And should be safe here. DK is running home. Losing one Acolyte would be very painful, but not going to be happening.
A player's forces are under attack.
Little bit of a distraction here. Unusual creep route by Lawlight, by the way. He got the level 2 at this green camp. And then pushing into the enemy main base. Oh, got a tome for free. Item on the ground. Ring of Superiority. And Lawlight might have exactly the right read to try to get the item. But good block by 1-0. Picks it up. It's just a small item, but every little thing can help. Wait, does he not have mana burn? Oh, he does, but he himself has no mana. How does it feel, Demon Hunter? Doesn't feel nice, does it? First ghoul going down. Diminishing ghoul numbers early on can be really good. In comes the Wisp for the detonate. Demon Hunter is sticking around a long time. How far is he willing to chase for that ghoul? Ooh. Oh boy. Protected by the Ring of Protection. Man, is that a good item for the Demon Hunter. Ooh, almost getting blocked in. But he gets away. A little bit of a detonate, making sure there's no coil. And that was 2 ghoul kills early. That's pretty good. Gonna take a lot of moon juice though to heal. But there is plenty, so should be able to do it. Yep. No big problem. And we got the Naga second looking all pretty standard. On the way to tier 3, waiting for Slaughterhouse and Lich. Team Manager level 3, nice and early. That's exactly the position you love to be in. DK taking a bit more damage here than perhaps necessary. Alright, eyeing up the red camp. Can he get the Ogre Lord? I guess that's what 1-0 was looking for there. Waiting for his Lich to come out. He's gonna have Coil Nova ready. Well, I guess at least Nova because the DK is out of mana. Alright, with confidence here. He's going for the red camp, absolutely not worried about a creep jack. He's got a sentry ward, so Archer is not protected in the dark of night. Last hit to the demon. Again with the mana burn, using lots of mana. One archer goes down, but that's easily worth it, of course, for the red camp. Medallion of Courage. I'm never sure if this is better on the Naga or on the Demon. Int is good on the Naga, but Strength is good on the Demon. So far, Lawlight seems to be dominant, though, in this early game. 1-0 kind of getting bullied across the map.
A player's forces are under attack.
Bears coming out at a reasonable timing. Frenzy Ghouls about to finish up.
A player's forces are under attack.
Invoke Potion, a necessity for the Demon Hunter. Naga getting closer to her level 3. Almost all the archers now dead. Only one remains. 1-0. Looking for that push. Waiting for the Master Bear training. We don't have Orb of Venom yet, by the way.
Player's forces are under attack.
Alright, a little bit too broke. Also struggling with low mana. I would have loved to see a Clarity Potion. I feel like Demon Hunters don't buy that often enough. Oh, Ring of Regen. I like that item a lot. Even in the late game, if you got the inventory space, I think you should keep it. And he sells it. Great. Thank you. In Clarity, maybe? No? Okay. We got Wellspring upgrade as well. I like seeing that. No Ultra Vision yet. Should be coming before the next nighttime. Right now we just have Moonstone in nighttime. Oh, Archer is seen thanks to the Sentry Ward. But this Demon Hunter is just ready to party. Running forward, looking for the fight at all times. Mana is low on 1-0 already. In we go now. We want to try to take out the Dryads first. Good control by Lawlight, delaying the death of one at least. You want to pull those Dryads back quickly if you can. DK got level 4. That's a good level up for the Aura. Got a lot of bears still on the field though. Demon are now completely out of mana. Maybe he really should have gone for that Clarity Potion. Oh, and now quite hurt as well with the staff though. He gets away, healing up once more. There's still a little bit of Moon Juice. Tons of Moon Juice here it seems for Lawlight. We do have Abolish Magic, but we haven't seen too much Dispel just yet. There's one against the Frost Armor. More damage again on the Demon Hunter. Things might be starting to look a bit better for 1-0 here. Lawlight patiently waiting for nighttime. That's when things get a lot easier for him. Another Moonstone. Demon Hunter hurt again. No rejuve to heal in the back. He's going for the Invoke Potion. Riot goes down. Bear might be in trouble as well. Staff, though, is ready. Got another Destroyer. Lich getting closer to level 3 as well. Demon now without Invuln has to be a bit careful here. Oh, picked up the And with the wrong hero. That should have been the Lich, not the DK for the Int Tome. Small thing, minor thing. Health Fountain being used by 120. I bet Lawlight here to heal up as well. And he's going Ancient of Wind. He's trying to tech to Talons. Talons are very, very strong in the late game against Destroyers. They take a long time to reach. Level 3 for the Lich. That's a good level up. And the big item here for the Undead. Ooh, and Lawlight, he's going for the drop play into the back of the base, trying to threaten the Haunted with only 2 bears. Chances of taking it out perhaps not that high. 120 rebought a TP. He knows a play like this is a danger. And there we go. It's going to be a couple of easy Acolyte kills. 2 in this case. Are we going to see a counter TP or not? There's no way you can get this Haunted. So I want to minimize losses here if you can. Staff, TP, Demon Hunter. Nova! Oh, loses the Demon. He staffed out the Zeppelin instead of the Demon Hunter. That was a mistake. Could have saved the Zeppelin above the trees. And then staff out the Demon. Maybe he was worried that there was going to be web and the Zeppelin was going to die. But that's a huge kill on the first hero. Demon though back from the tavern, quickly healing up from the Moonwells as if nothing happened. But we know something certainly did happen. From the red camp, by the way, the item was the Flute of Accuracy. Very good. Naga 3 also really good. And DK close to level 5. One to 0 is going to need web. So far, he doesn't know about the Talons. So he's going to go for Panic web upgrade later on, probably. Yeah, the light, honestly, once he saw the TP coming in, he should have just TP'd out right away. He killed off 2 Acolytes, so it was a fine attack that he went for. Getting a bit too greedy. Okay, the Talons are supposed to be the X Factor. Getting sniped right away, good mana burn as well, and here is the web finishing soon. Damage output right now from 1 to 0, not too good. Focus Fire now again coming into play. Fog Lightning, good damage as well. Heal Scroll against it. And now the web is done. Got a lot of Dryads here as well. Decent damage from the poison. Even some Fairy Fire being used. Can be dispelled pretty easily though. Should be dispelled. 1 to 0's kiting game. The burrows not looking that great. Ooh, 1 to 0 is losing a lot. The late web is really messing with 1 to 0 here. If he had the web earlier, could have been a very different story. It's a lot of units falling. This Fiend as well. Tons of kills for Lawlight, but also a lot of kills for 1 to 0. 10 supply lead, still on the undead side. And now he's going to have web, of course, for the next big engagement. Demon Hunter not close to level 5 yet. This is oftentimes a turning point. It's the DK instead who's level 5.
A player's forces are under attack.
Oh, what are we seeing here? Triple Crypt. 1-0 is getting ready for a late game transition into Gargoyles. Talons are extremely strong against Destroyers. But there's one thing that counters Talons, and that's Gargs. So now it looks like it's a waiting game. Third attack upgrade coming in as well. This is going to be a lot of damage on the undead units. Trying to catch the Talons. Lots of scouting going on, so this is not going to be a surprise for Lawlight. Against Gargs, you don't want to make Talons, because when the Gargs catch up to the Talons, they rip them to shreds. You either want to have a lot of Dryads against Gargoyles, or Hippogriffs, or a Dryad-Hippo mix. We got a stalemate situation going on right now. It would be disadvantageous for both players to try to force a fight here. In the enemy main base, that is. If 1-0 micros the fight well, I favor him in the big engagement. But 1-0 isn't exactly known for his great Gargoyle micro. That is Happy's strength. As so many other things as well. Oh, Lawlight setting up APs at the expo. That's pretty cool. This could also just be a huge waste of money if 1-0 doesn't attack, but rather goes for an expansion. Which he could do. Denied some of his own ghouls. 1-0 could have gone for a shade pretty easily, but decided not to do it. Attacking into this position would be the absolute worst idea. So, Lawlight is trying to keep him from scouting the trees, I think. He's trying to keep him from seeing the APs. That's a smart move. If 1-0 doesn't know about the APs, he may try to go all in, but now he knows. Now he knows with the Garg. Now instantly 1-0 has to try to go for his own expansion. This Garg's gonna die. Probably. There could be starting the expo already right now with one of the acolytes. Alright, we're uprooting. We're going over to the expansion. I feel like 1-0 should be expanding here already. He could be buying a skull, placing one tower there, plus the gold mine. Bottom third. Interesting. And master training for the Talons. Okay, now Haunted is being started. Could have been done a lot earlier, to be honest, but okay. So Night of Expo is going to be about... what is that? 40 seconds earlier, maybe? Both now in upkeep. Got a lot of Gargs in production. And finally a sacrificial pit. Not sure if the Garg made it home, by the way. 3-1 upgrades against 2-1. Mountain Giant. What? Mountain Giant? When it's an air battle, that seems weird. Bottom for Owl Scout. Who is going to make the next move? So I think the way 1-0 wants to micro the next fight ideally is as follows. He's going to split off like 4 Gargs and put those 4 Gargs on the Talons with shift click. And with the rest of the Gargs, you want to go 1 Dryad by 1. And this is pretty easy for Undead Micro. You just go shift click, shift click, shift click, shift click, shift click. That's why also many ladder undeads play Gargs. Gargs are way easier to micro than Fiends. Because with Fiends you have to move backwards and kite, attack and retreat at the same time. Whereas with Gargoyles, for the most part, you just run in. When playing Fiend Destroyer against Bear Dryad, it is the Night Elf who has the easier time microing. But when playing Gargoyles, it's the Undead who has the easier time micro. Remo, have you heard what Leto said about Gargs versus MGs? No. What has he said? Is it about taunt? That you can stop the shift Q thing with taunt? I mean, that's true, but... You know, then you can just shift click again. And that's a 7 supply unit right here. Interesting fight. As an undead player, I look at this fight and I'm thinking, I'm glad I don't have to micro this. Now, this is easier to micro than Fiend Destroyer against bears, for sure. But the Cyclone might make things difficult. Yes, we do have Cyclone, of course. Oh, caught him. Instantly dead. Didn't provide much to the fight, to be honest. Talons also getting destroyed pretty fast. A little bit of Cyclone comes into play. Heat Scroll. Big healing for the Undead army. Demon Hunter hurt as well. Nukes flying out. Invo Potion is in. One is just getting distracted a little bit too much by the MG here. But the Gargs are still finding plenty of kills. Supply-wise, we have a big lead on the Undead. Big problem here for Lawlight is he doesn't have a Panda, of course. If he had a Panda, a lot could look quite different here. But now the mana's gone for the Undead. Maybe here is where things can turn around. Demon Hunter now very hurt. A little bit more Moon Juice. A little bit more Moon Juice. Oh, that was full Moon Juice. Back to full HP. It's a lot of Dryades going down, though. Not too much anti-air left on the Night Elf side anymore. And Lawlight does hold. He lost more in the end, but hold he does. Getting another kill. Nicely done. Demon Hunter trying to run. Getting to the shop. Super low HP now. Naga. Trying to get the kill on the Naga. Demon Hunter. Staff out. Ooh, barely saved. Nice play by Lawlight. He got the kill. Killed the Naga in the end. Dryad still being chased. Trying to run. Trying to flee and get away. Pretty sure this Dryad's gonna die. And this one probably as well. Gonna be another Destroyer, though, falling. And Lawlight has the lead all of a sudden, supply-wise. Amazingly. Great hold by Lawlight, staying alive in this. Now he's got double Orb of Venom. He's got Flying Vision with the Owl. Tavern Res on 1-0. I think 1-0 here wasn't really microing this too well. A little bit of Gargoyle inexperience shining through, in my opinion.
A player's forces are under attack.
Also, there should be one Narrow Tower here for sure. One Narrow Tower is so strong against the Demon Hunter, just by itself. It is kind of unforgivable not to have one here, to be honest. Catches the Naga, though. It's a lot of slow. Is this Naga not in the group? He was lagging behind. Demon Hunter staffing back in. He's got potions, giving one to the friend, to the Naga. Heal pot also on him. But the staff's going to have to be used pretty soon here once more. The statues now for the undead so strong. Statues here are the big difference maker in these protracted engagements. Gives 1-0 a little bit of an upper hand. MG is solo harassing the Acolytes. Bonk! Alright, now you unsummon some buildings in the main to get more money back. You don't need 3 crypts. You don't need all these ziggurats. And you make a Narrow Tower here. And probably also make a shop here. These are pretty simple macro mistakes by 1-0. This is so obvious. The best money you can spend right now is 1 Narrow and 1 shop. Yeah, and also the expansion could have been way earlier. 1-0 made some big macro mistakes. And also, micro-wise, it wasn't flawless. Still an even game, though. Still an even game, I would say. Thank you, Banksy, with the resub. Making A-Bomb Disease Cloud right now. Good against heroes, especially. That's the main purpose. Good against Dryads as well, I guess. I like the one A-Bomb. But mainly it's about Dryads and Gargs. I think mainly Gargoyles should be the army here. The Owl Scout is actually really good. Knows where the undead is. Can scout for shades. What is there? How is there no Narrow Tower here? You have 800 gold. Lawlight also has lots of gold, actually. It's a tense game on map number 1. Nothing new coming in the building, in the bases, I mean, as far as buildings go. That was another mistake. Lich shouldn't be in front to get mana burned. It should always be the Naga. No easy shade play here. Anti-magic potion on the Demon Hunter as well. Second slaughterhouse. Oh, okay. Coil. Alright. All the venom damage, though, is certainly stacking up. Fighting on Blight would be the best thing imaginable for 1-0 here. Is he just going mass A-bombs? It seems like that's not the right call. He invested so heavily into Garg upgrades. And there's no great gargoyle counter. I mean, Orbs of Venom are pretty good against Gargoyles, but it's not like there's a panda. And, you know, Orbs of Venom are good against everything. Oh, dodge the coil with the anti-magic. It's a lot of mana burn, turning around for one more. Demon needs to come back quickly to this fight, though. Over at the fountain. Nope, never mind. No mana anymore on 1-0. Lawlight doing it well, playing around the mana burns. And he's going into upkeep now. With more MGs. This seems so strange. He's actually pivoting into MG, into A-bombs. Alright, here we go. A-bomb production starts. More Gargs as well. Looks like 1-0 wants to be able to take out these A-bombs somehow. Excuse me, these MGs somehow. A-bombs are the only way. I'm not even sure he has to kill the mountain giants, to be honest. I think he can just kill the Dryads first, then kill the heroes, and then who cares if there's mountain giants. Lawlight, always an expert with multi-staff play. Doing a good job here. Saving his heroes. We're getting some bears now as well. Against that, perhaps some more destroyers will be needed. But against that, there's talons. So it's a multi-layered question of which army, which units you want to make here. It's pretty cool. And then, of course, you want to be microing them perfectly. All of a sudden, we got 4 A-bombs on the field, but without armor upgrades. Big mana burns. Right in a very weird spot. Put him in trouble right away. She can die easily from a nuke. This fight is all over the place. Cyclone on the DK as well. We don't have too much dispel against it. Another destroyer is being morphed. Gargoyles flying back to the Blight. And Lawlight. It looks like he's winning, isn't he? The DK! Oh! Getting surrounded. Almost. Oh my god, he almost had him. He almost had the DK right there. Trying to get back in the fight. Death Knight, what are you doing? Oh, it's such a hectic fight. So many things are hurt. Death Knight as well. Death Knight, first and foremost, if the DK goes down, the game's probably over. Death Knight trying to run to safety. Oh, almost falling. 30 HP. And there's no shop here. And the Naga goes down. 1-0 loses overview in the fight and will lose the fight, won't he? Demon are about to get level 6. Lawlight outplaying 1-0 in this late game. And that's the level 6. And that should do it. There should have been a shop here a million years ago. Big mana burn again. Demon Hunter now. The ultimate hero. Ooh, coil dodged. Bottom. She might be going down in exchange though. What? Kill her. Coil gets that kill. Game might not be over yet, but of course we got the level 5 Demon Hunter now ready to tango.
It's so wonderful to be a part of a terrific community of people who believe in Warcraft, led by Remo and Neo to victory.
Yo, the light of the faith with the resub. Thank you very much. Very kind words. 1-0, you need to unsummon some buildings, brother. He's got way too many ziggurats. Yeah, to be honest, I think 1-0 made the wrong army here. I think he should have just gone pure Garg Destroyer, and maybe even Frostworm. Although it's not exactly clear if he could have afforded this. Maybe he didn't need to. One Frostworm, though, is a big help against Demon Hunter. I feel like Lolite is playing this better, though. I feel like Lolite is outplaying 1-2-0 here. Long game on map 1.
A player's forces are under attack.
Oh, he skilled the Death Knight ultimate. Oh, you're right. Animate dead. That's probably not the right pick. That ult doesn't really do anything. If you resurrect Dryads, they don't have the poison slow. If you resurrect Bears, they're not in Master form. They're just in Adept form without abilities. Best you can hope for is A-Bomb, maybe. Dude, that just brought back a memory. I forgot I had it. I dreamt last night about Direct Strike. My favorite hero in Direct Strike right now is Death Knight. Aura, really good in Direct Strike, and also Ultimate, really good. And I dreamt that the ult was nerfed and only lasted 10 seconds on the summons. Demon Hunter showing up. The ult is ready again. Lolite ready to finish map number 1. Naga has almost returned. Can 1-0 hold at the expansion. Mana potion, coil. There's going to be one more coil as well in a little bit. Naga finally back out the altar. Demon Hunter, of course. Huge menace right here. 1-0 seems to be a bit too high on destroyers, if you ask me. I wonder, why didn't he just spam Mass Gargs? I think Mass Gargs here would have been so strong. As long as there's no Panda, Gargs are very good against Night Elf. I think that's just a truism. Oh, bottom. Ooh, she might be going down. No, there's the staff again. The staffs are just perfect. No bottom now in the fight. DK, though, also very hurt. The taunt pulls him back. The Death Knight is hurt. The Death Knight is almost dead. Holy hell. Needs to get to the shop quickly, and he will. The Naga died in the meantime. Hold on. More Dryad kills. 1-0. Maybe he can still take this game. Staff away from the Demon Hunter. Maybe he chased a bit too far. DK didn't go down. It's going to be another Dryad falling. Supply-wise, we have the Undead now ahead by a bit. Can use the coil here to get the MG kill. Big experience. Boom. Almost level 7 now on the DK. Insane levels for 1-0. 7, 6, 5 are right around the corner. Oh, I thought Lolite had it. Perhaps not. Yeah, the bottom, she's been good for Owl Scouts this game, but other than that, she hasn't been doing much. She's been getting nuked a lot. Expos might be running out soon. We got 3 minutes in the Night of Gold Mine. A little bit more in the Undead Gold Mine. One of the longest games we've ever had on Concealed Hill, I think. DC 21071 with the resub. Thank you. Forcing the TP across the map. It looks like 1-0 is feeling confident here. Ooh, the bottom needs to be staffed again. Double staff. But now the Naga, she's exposed. Ooh, can she get away here? She doesn't have a TP. This Naga might just be dead. There's no Nova, but there is a coil. There's a lot of slow. Coil flies in. Fog Lightning, that's the kill. 7, 6, 5 hero levels. I thought 1-0 was out of it already. But not the case, despite a level 6 Demon Hunter. I think the big problem this game was no Panda. Panda third. Probably would have been better than this bottom. I got back from the tavern. Lawlight's holding on to the ult. He's low on healing now. This is the most uncomfortable position Lawlight's been in a while. And he's running out of gold very, very soon. Eats a Garg. That is the most clear evidence I've ever seen that that 1-0 just isn't a gargoyle player. Coil Nova on the demon. He needs to fight back. Got the heal pot, got the invo pot. How much damage can the demon do? Is it enough to beat the undead army almost by himself? Lich now low as well, invo potion on him. The Naga for 1-0, very hurt. TP pass and survives. Staff out also on the demon. He is barely alive still. And we have mined out the natural as well. 1-0 about to mine out his. Decent amount of gold on both sides. Lich is looking hungry. He's got the ult. We haven't seen it yet. Costs a lot of mana. Chad is saying 1-0 can't beat the level 6 Demon Hunter. I think he might be able to. His heroes are also very strong. I feel like the problem for Lawlight is he's got a very strong Demon Hunter, but everything else is kind of trash. Demon Hunter has to do it by himself. Nice invo potion. Dodges the coil damage. 6 seconds. Invuln over. Oh, nice mana burn. Really good burn. There's Nova still available though. A lot of mana on this Lich. Mana very cautious, doesn't know if he wants to go in or not. There's a good mana burn. Hits the Lich in the back. Demon though taking lots of damage. Staff is there for him. Must be. Yes. But the tree is here. Demon is not close to the Moonwells. I'm not even sure that there's juice. I don't think so. And the ult isn't ready yet. Not ready yet at all. I think that's the end for Lawlight. Super close, super long game with multiple comebacks. Lawlight trying everything with the Wisp detonates. He needs that ultimate. Needs it desperately. And the staff doesn't do anything right now. The staff just lands the unit right here, where we already are fighting. Here it is. Last stand. Can the Demon Hunter force back the undead army once again? He's very hurt already. There's almost no units left on Lawlight. Naga about to fall. Mana potion coil. That is the kill. Level 7.5 on this Death Knight. Even the Naga for 1-0 got close to level 6 in this long epic. 47 minutes. 30,000 damage almost on the Demoner. Wasn't quite enough. Kind of had a similar conversation earlier. Not just about how much damage you can do, also about how much the opponent can heal. 1-0 here. Healed for a lot. Stayed in it for a long time. Talons then countered by gargoyles. MGs even in the mix. Cool game by both players. And Lawlight takes. All right. That game went a lot longer than I was expecting. We are going to the next map right away, and that is Last Refuge, if I saw it right. Just gotta do the right thing for the overlay here. Long, grueling game for both these players. 1-0 claims it in the end.
Less than 3.
Thank you very much, Mr. B. Rappy, with the resub. Here we have map number 2. Last Refuge is a map where we have seen some undeads play fast expansion in the past. I think Lammy had the most interesting style here with Lich Fast Expo. Yo, guys, I'm very thirsty. I gotta get some water real quick. Be right back. Oh, and what do we see here? An old classic for Lawlight. A fan favorite. The Warden is back. And I don't mind it. In my opinion, the Warden is only really good against Undead on Twisted Meadows, where she's legit a good hero. Might even be the strongest strat on Twisted. You could make an argument for. Lawlight, of course, different from other Warden players. He is the best Warden player in the entire world. And the thing is, most Undeads don't have much experience against Warden. It's not played often, at all. There was a time when a lot of Nidos were trying her against Happy especially. And sometimes it worked, but Happy found a good counter to it. I would say 1-0 never was as good against Warden as Happy was. That's just true in everything concerning the matchup Undead versus Night Elf. Including this, though. For the Warden, of course, it's all about levels. 1-0 playing a lot of one base today. Kind of surprised to see this. Before we saw him try a lot with expansion plays, but not here. Heavy creeping from the Warden. That's the way you want to see it if you're the Night Elf. Get those levels in quick. Pick up a couple of good items. What do we have here? Scourge Bone Chimes. Good for the Warden and Bears. Then again, the Warden normally in the late game fights doesn't really attack much. So mostly going to be good for the Bears, I guess. Second Ancient of War is found though. Creeping from this one will not be allowed, but I think that's okay for Lawlight. He is completely safe to creep down here, uninterrupted. He's about to get that level 3.
A player's forces are under attack.
1-0 those moving forward. He's going to threaten those Moonwells, and the Warden, she loves her Moonwells. Will want to protect those. Oh, Ghoul might be scouting for an expansion. Ooh, very lucky to be getting out of this, if he does. But now with level 2 Shadow Strike, Warden can look for kills here pretty easy. Oh, that Ghoul barely survives. Warden looking for the double kill. 1 and 2. Oh my god, 3! Oh my god! Coil. No, not in time. 3 Ghoul kills in the early game. Huge W for the Warden. And that is a bit of inexperience showing against the Warden. If you push into a level 3 Warden, that is what can happen. If you don't have your own level 3 in response. Lawlight couldn't hope for a better start. This is so good. This is so good.
Forces are under attack.
The biggest danger for the Warden is the Frenzy Ghoul timing early on tier 3, killing the Night Elf, and not allowing the Warden the late game. Taking out 3 Ghouls in the early game with no losses is huge. Not only did he get 3 Ghouls, he's also got way more experience. This is a very bad position for 1-0. Getting a Shredder as well. Helps with the creeping of this camp. It's going to be a fast level 4 for this Warden. With that, with a level 2 Blink, she's going to be very mobile. We got some really good stat items for the Lich that he's going to be given soon on tier 2. And now, what's the Warden up to? She got the Ankh, which is not the best item. Taking the DK a long time to clear this. Didn't have a lot of units here. And here comes the Warden. There's a couple of herd ghouls in the back of the base. Gonna spot them right away. DK with the coil. A little bit too late again. 1-0 also getting a little unlucky. He doesn't have coil mana. Wait. Oh, loses the Acolyte as well. Oh, Warden though. She blinked into a surround, but Blink is again ready. 1-0. Getting blindsided by this Warden. Not playing the right style against her. Finds himself clearly behind now. If the Warden gets level 5 before the push arrives, that is absolutely perfect. And normally should never happen. I'm not sure who got this last hit. I think it was the DK this time though with a coil. Warden is using a lot of mana here to creep up quickly. She knows how important that level 5 is. She's almost got it. So close. Is it enough? I think she needs one more kill. Just one more. Ah, no, it's enough. Oh my god, it's enough on the dot. Sick Warden game by Lawlight. It's always so fun to see Warden play Lawlight. He is just so good with that hero. Kept the Ankh, by the way.
A player's forces are under attack.
Wants to get the Tome of Retrain, though. Or does he not? Good amount of damage with the DK, but he's always healing with statues and aura. And he's got a big invo potion. That looked like a big waste of mana, to be honest. Oh, shouldn't he have retrained here? I feel like that wasn't the best way that Lawlight played this. Could have just retrained, used a bunch of Foul Knives, then all the undead units would have been low. And he can only coil the DK, because if he Shadow Strikes... if he Shadow Strikes something else, that's gonna get coiled right away. That's his thinking, at least. 2 units, coiled right away. For Lawlight now, it's about a race to level 6. If he gets level 6, he will most likely win this game. I'm very, very surprised he didn't retrain. Finally got 1 ghoul. That's a little bit more experience, but he's still lacking a lot. Moonstone, mana potion again. Might need a dust also. Ghoul here. Might be going down. No deny. A little bit more experience. Warden now looking for those kills. Whew, that was a clutch coil. Very close. Lich in trouble as well. Invo potion going to be necessary for him. Then the Warden's going to go for the Fiend. Holding on to the Ankh still. I like that choice. I didn't appreciate the item so much, but it actually gives you a nice little bit of safety reliance. Jumping forward, looking for the Fiend kill. Denies here are now extremely important. Is he willing to try to kill this Fiend here? Oh, silence! Mid-blink.
A player's forces are under attack.
Nighttime about to begin. It's gonna make things a lot easier, as always, for the Night Elf. We have Ultra Vision, we have Wellspring. Oh, sick item for 1-0 though. Best item on the map for any undead. Hadgas Pipe. So much more mana regen now. And so much room still to grow for the undead heroes. Why isn't Lawlight harassing the Acolytes though? You could just retrain and kill Acolytes all the time. Dispel. Looking for the Shadow Strike. Finishing blow. There we go. He gets a Fiend. Fiend is saved. The Warden is hurt. A-bomb. Would be a huge kill to get. Doesn't get it though. Ankh might be triggered finally. Whew. No, again the Warden holds on to it. Right now, for example, Lawlight could retrain and then go Acolyte Harass. There we go, finally. Seems like you should have done that a while ago. Item here was Hood of Cunning. Good item for Lich or Dark Ranger. And that hero's looking quite stacked. Yeah, and there we go. Look how easy it is. This costs the undead hundreds of gold instantly. I really don't know why he didn't do this earlier. Oh, Phantom Knives didn't hit anything. He wasn't quite in range. 1-0 though, assembling a push. Getting an Ancient of Wind in the back. Talons could be very good against destroyers. No Ancient Protectors in the main base. That's something also we saw in the past from Warden players quite a lot. Staffing home now. Moonjuice is looking good still at the moment. How many heal scrolls we got? Oh, no heal scrolls. 0 heal scrolls for 1-0. That is scary against the Phantom Knives. Warden, though, getting caught with the not snare. Silence. It's gonna trigger that Ankh. Now the Ankh is gone forever. No mana potion on the Warden, though. She needs more Moonjuice. There's still plenty in the back. Getting it now. Heal pot, mana pot. Blinking in again. More damage from the Warden. Silence getting dispelled. Warden could be blinking out again, I think. He's trying to get the kill with the Phantom Knives. The A-bomb goes down. The coil wasn't in time. That is the ultimate. Avatar of Vengeance now on the field. Is that the game-winning ult? It feels like it should be. Warden has another Phantom Knives as well. One thing he doesn't have is detection. Yeah, there should be a Wisp up here normally. Blink. And a fan and a double kill. Nice play by Lawliot. The king of the Warden. Showing again how it's done. I feel like he definitely was too long on Shadow Strike this game. We see how much better just Phantom Knives is. When you keep spamming it, one after the next, Phantom Knives just so much better. As far as mana cost goes. And quickly the Warden now, accelerating. Could go back into the main base, harass those Acolytes again. And of course, Spirits of Vengeance being very annoying at the same time. Oh, Zeppelin. Oh, does he see it? Zeppelin supposed to protect these Acolytes. Once again, 3 Acolyte kills. Might cost him the TP this time. Nope, never mind. Just saying bye-bye with the Blink level 2. And that costs so much gold for the undead. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of gold! Oh! Destroyer died to the creeps. Pretty sure we're going to a third map here, folks. Oh, and the Warden's back again. Oi! There she goes. At least he saves the Acolytes. But again, that's lost mining time. Heal wards have to be sold. 1-0 is looking broke as hell. Oh, loses the ghoul also. Yeah, this game's over. This game is completely over. Warden about to hit level 7. From this point on, the Warden doesn't really get stronger. But I don't think she has to be. Khadgar's Pipe is still amazing for 1-2-0, but he's got sick heroes as well. He's got good items also. But, dude, how much gold did he lose here? Oh my god, dude. 1,500 gold difference in the mines, plus all the Acolytes lost, having to be rebuilt, and the Zeppelin. That's more than 2,000 gold eco damage already.
A player's forces are under
And
attack.
we are not done yet. This looks so annoying. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. That's why normally you want to finish the game before the Warden gets level 6. If you have 2 base economy, you can beat the Warden even if she's level 6. That's why normally, first of all, you want to have a cleaner early game, obviously. And then you want to go for a strong frenzy timing against the Warden's main base and expand behind it. Behind the frenzy timing. Oh, and look at that. Hippogriff's taking out the Zeppelin. Oi! And there go the Acolytes. Warden. Now, you want to make sure not to lose the Warden with... Oh, triple kill. Don't want to lose the Warden for no reason. Level 3 Blink. Oh, baby, is it nice. Level 3 Blink used to be 1 second cooldown, guys. I don't know if you remember this. That was completely insane. Now it's a 3 second cooldown. That is still amazing, but not as ridiculous anymore. I don't know if 1-0 is masochistic or something, but if I was him, I would not be staying in this game. Wow, his items are so good as well. Look at the items, bro. The Lich is decked out. The Dark Ranger is semi-decked out. And the Warden going back to her favorite spot. And hello, Acolytes. How we doing? Yeah. That Spirit Tower is such a desperate attempt to deal with the Warden. There's some pretty obvious mistakes that 1-0 made this game. He only has himself to blame for this loss. As Lawlight has a ton of gold, by the way. 1,350.
A player's forces are under attack.
Expanding top left. Ooh, was not quite scouted. But I guess they're just going to check for it. And Expo cancelled. Okay, that's a minor victory. But if we're honest, we know this game is going only one way. Can Staff of Teleportation not be silenced? No. No, it cannot. Alright, last stand for 1-0. If he can win this fight, he can win this game. But first he has to win this fight. How much damage is on the sword, by the way? 25,000. That's not even as much as I thought it was. I mentioned earlier, I saw a game 2 weeks ago where we had a 45,000 damage Warden. That was really insane. And still lost, by the way. This game, though, is looking good for the Warden. Looking very good. Oh, Hippogriff's getting caught here. Good trap with the Fiend Web. That is almost all Hippos dead, in fact. DK level 5. Tree of Eternity. Whoops. Didn't root. What are you doing there, buddy? Dude, if 1-0 wins this game, there's actually a chance here. Clarity Potion. The Griff being webbed again. There's only one hippo left. Warden comes in with the blink fan. It's a big Night Elf army, though. One bear goes down right away. We have a lot of mana on the undead. Predator can help with fighting as well. Warden doesn't have much mana, actually. Hold on. Final knives again. Warden hurt again. Has to blink away. There's not too many corpses here, but there's more healing also for the Warden. The cat guy's pipe is kicking in. Can it possibly be enough? Finally, entangling is beginning. Where's the Warden? Ah, there she is. She's up in the corridor. Trying to take out the last destroyer, and does succeed. Silence being dispelled quickly. The bears are almost all gone. Coming in with a blink fan, though. Mana now pretty low. A-bomb denied. It is another corpse, though, for the Avatar. Ooh, and more bears are falling. Wait. Wait. Item on the ground. Mana potion. Wait. Warden back at home. Full mana. Level 8. No way. Maybe he has to go back into Shadow Strike? Blink fan. DK said that's the big invo potion, by the way. Shadow Meld. Wait, where's the Catgus pipe, by the way? He sold the cat... He sold the Catgus pipe? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Shadow Knives, but so much healing on the fiends. The aura, the statue, the burrow. No way! Death Knight. Ooh. So hurt. So hurt. Holding on still to the invo potion. Everything's hurt. The problem is, when the moon juice is gone, the Warden doesn't do nothing no more. There is mining, though. There's also undead mining, of course. Guys, where's the Catgus pipe? Did he sell it? Did he actually sell it? No lumber for an expansion, by the way. Warden comes back in. Invo potion! Death Pact on the Death Knight! Oh, I didn't even know he had that. Eats a fiend. Still alive. But I can't believe he sold the pipe. Like, where's the Dark Ranger? There she is. Dude, sell the Hood of Cunning if you need money. But don't sell the pipe, man.
A player's forces are under attack. A town is under siege.
Acolytes going back home. They cannot expand. Lots of potions still. For 1-0. So much healing. Now it's daytime. No Moonjuice region for a really long time. 1-0. I can't believe he's winning this game. I thought he was done. Big heal scroll. 554 hero levels. Acolytes now can be eaten as well. Ooh, the Warden. Oh, she's about to die. TP is right over here. She's not gonna get out, is she? Blink into the back of the base. The rejuve. Hiding in the last little corner. But the Tree of Eternity goes down. Oh my god. He is actually doing it. The level 8 Warden is not enough. Man, both these games were pretty sick. Crazy back and forth. I can't believe the Warden didn't win here. Can't believe it. Because now, it seems like there's no way out of this anymore, is there? Not going for at least one armor upgrade seems a bit weird here. To be honest, also, 1-0's items were insane. If he doesn't have these items, maybe the game ends differently. Oof. Coil Nova. Is the game over? Mana potion, coil for the heal this time. Avatar Vengeance taken out. The ultimate is not ready to be resummoned at the moment. Level 5 on the Dark Ranger. DK almost 6. Warden with the last try. She has no items anymore. She can't do it. It's GG. 1-2-0 takes the map. Another long one. 30 minutes this time. The Warden looked so good for so long. But couldn't close out the game. Couldn't finish the job. That blows my mind, actually. How did he not win this game? How did Lalite not win this game? Oh, wait. How much damage was it in the end? 48,000 damage. That's the highest number I've ever seen. 48,000 damage. I've never seen 50k. It wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. Okay, one of those items were also completely insane, including Khadga's Pipe, that he sold later on. Incredibly, he sold the Khadga's Pipe. Did so much damage to the economy. I can't believe it wasn't enough, dude. I can't believe it. That's the downside of the Warden against Undead, though. I thought this was only the case against Undead Expo, but apparently also in the right scenario against Undead 1 base. Level 6 Warden doesn't win you the game immediately. Against Human, it often does, but against Undead, apparently not so much. Okay, quick look at our standing. 4 of our matches now are done. We got 2 matches still to play. 1-0 versus Lin and 1-0 versus Kaho. We got Kaho at the tippity top. Lawlight now at 1-2. It could be still a lot of things. 1-0 could still overtake Kaho. It could be a 3-way tie at the bottom. Lin, though, in a bad spot. If Lin gets a 2-0, he might be able to overtake Lawlight. Lawlight is now done with his games. No, wait. If Lin gets a 2-0, he's still last. Oh, wow. Lin is dead last for certain, right? Yeah, even if he gets a 2-0, he's still going to have -2 map score. Okay, Lin is actually last. Guaranteed. Rip. Okay, what is our next game then? Is it Lin or is it Kaho? It is Lin indeed. All right. We played the ad break already. Don't need to go for a longer break than that. So let's jump in right away with our next game. Overlay. Hello. Nice. Go. Okay. Against Undead lately, I feel like Lin has been looking really good, especially against Happy. He's been showing this. Late Master Wyvern into late game Berserkers is what he was often playing. Ooh, it was a long series, even though it was only a 2-0. Two more series for the rest of the day. After this series is done, that's when we're gonna put our mathematician hats on and look how certain results are gonna affect the standing. And if 1-2-0 loses here, Kaho is very likely to take first place, I think. Late Master into Wyvern here seems to be the play. We have seen at times Orcs instead go for Headhunters as well. But I think mostly, especially for Lyn right now, it's about the Wyvern. Ooh, nice scout. Acolyte. Trying to enable the DK to steal the last hit. But the blade is standing on top of the creep. This was also very nice by Lyn. He stood right on top of the creep, so he gets coiled and not the creep. So he got the last hit and the item. Really nice play here by both at the very start. Blade playing quite aggressively, but the DK gets level 2 still regardless. Without too much difficulty. Mantle of Intelligence. Exactly the item he likes to see. Late Master very often will go for a double circlet. Yep, there it is. So with the double circlet, and an orb, and just one item, all of a sudden you already have a pretty well-equipped Blade Master. It's very expensive to play like this, going double circlet. It costs a lot of gold, but it ensures your Blade Master's gonna have a pretty decent inventory in the late game. At the minimum. Next item. Up for grabs here from the... What's that thing called? Mammoth, right? And I missed who got it. It was the DK. It was the DK. Also got the item, but only a Ring of Protection. That's not exactly what he was hoping for. Tier 2 coming up.
The town is under siege.
Blade Master would love to prevent the DK level 3. And now the rest of the camps aren't that easy. Well, this camp is easy, but it's not enough for level 3. It's also a bit weird because not much surface area. And Rejuve. Blade Master gets that steal. That was pretty easy. That was just a small creep. Is he gonna dare to try to go for that one as well? Nope. Would love to get the bigger one. No last hit. But he got the item. Replenishment potion can be very nice also in the right spot. Gonna force another coil here, probably. Yep. Lyn playing a good Blade Master game. Nothing insane, but good and solid. Now he has no Windwalk mana anymore, so here you have to be a bit more careful. Oh, he wasn't sure if he wanted to go for it. Did you see? If he goes for that, maybe he lands in this round. So that is up 3 for the DK just in time. Shadowhunter comes out. Oh, surround on the Blade Master. That's cute. Ooh, and that is more than just cute. Taking a lot of damage here. One blade, how daring are we today? Going for the DK again. Health has been restored. Ooh, the next Hex. What's it gonna do? Both first heroes are in trouble here. The replenishment potion now wonderful for the blade. Gonna need another heal self. Probably as well. This is a lot of ghouls, by the way. No gargoyles yet by 120. There's a debate going on in the undead meta right now. Do you play Gargs or do you play Fiends against Wyvern? Both can work.
Forces are under attack.
Happy mostly is of the opinion that Gargs are the way to go. 120 playing Fiends a bit more often. And here indeed it is Fiends. Not much creeping at all
Muin, hey guys.
so far. Raga Muffin with the resub. Thank you. Moin.
A player's forces are under attack.
Pretty even game, I would say. Perhaps a bit of a lead to 120 because he got the levels easily and he lost nothing so far. That camp is a bit painful. There's a creep jack here. Late, master! Oh my god. Had to use the big healing for creeping. Not ideal. Yeah, that fairy fire, huh? That fairy fire is a bit sketchy. We got cement upgrade on the burrows. Would like to see spike barricades as well. Getting Kodo upgrade. No TC yet, by the way.
A player's forces are
Fourth burrow, perhaps a bit late. Oh, these are perfect items for the Dark Ranger. Plus 9 Agi. And it is the Dark Ranger. That only makes sense. Decent tank items for the blade, but not much in the way of damage. Like barricades coming now. Couldn't this have been earlier, by the way? It's such a cheap upgrade. We're seeing a TC. We're seeing a tower way in the back. Shop's gonna go down. That will have to be remade. Lin on the map, creeping up more. He wants more levels. Doesn't want to fight yet. And the ghouls taking on these buildings easily. Why is this spike barricades not earlier, man? Losing a lot of value. Oh, and the tower is even gonna get cancelled. Because now with the buildings gone, the heroes are easily in range. And spikes only now done. The Kodo doesn't come out. Lin giving up a lot of his main base here. Ghouls taking on these buildings quickly. TC is out. Peons are in trouble. Lin seems to be in serious trouble here. Bunch of peons going down. They're trying to shuffle from one burrow to the next. Final level 3 Shadowhunter. Big level up there. But man, did that take long. And the peons, again, more are falling. Some are surviving. There's no production. Lin cannot make any units. He doesn't even have supply to go for mercenaries.
town is under siege. A player's forces are under
Spikes too late. Tower too late. If you had both those earlier, tower and spikes, the ghouls have a much tougher time. Lin now definitely playing this game from behind. Blade Master finally has good items. That silence was a bit too late. If he gets Silence Coil Nova there, perhaps he would have died. Lin trying to rebuild slowly. But he's got no lumber. No lumber to make bestiaries.
Player's forces are under attack.
Maybe today is just not Lin's day. Going into the main base. Acolytes should be easy to kill. Pops a speed scroll here as well.
A player's forces are under attack.
Wyvern can be annoying here behind the gold mine, if they really want to. Lin needs to drag this game out a long time if he wants to win. He's making a barracks. Maybe he wants to go into berserkers. I don't feel like that's going to be the right call, to be honest. The Lich. Dropping very low here.
A player's forces are under attack.
Temple of the Damned for 1-0. Getting ready for Banshees. One mistake 1-0 made is not having a Ziggurat back here. Lin has a big mountain to climb if he wants to win this game. TP picks up... Blade picks up a TP to be on the safe side. Alright, a few more kills maybe. Blade Master ready to show up with the rest of the gang. The Wyvern not activating yet. TC barely gets away. Wyvern are still here. Why is he going for the Berserker transition?
Town is under siege.
That's normally what you do when you're against Alchemist. But against Dark Ranger, that doesn't make sense. Holy shit, look at this Dark Ranger. Plus 14 Agi. Cupidog with a first time Prime sub. Welcome. Master finalized the Orb of Lightning. He's hoping for a purge. He's hoping for a crit. Yeah, I think this Berserker pivot is exactly the wrong idea. Oh, Agito. On the ground. Alright, in we go with the Storm. That one hit pretty well. Trying to take out the Fiends now. There's a curse on the Blade Master already. Cannot dispel it. There's no Invo Potion or no nothing. Wyvern going down really fast. Coil Nova on the TC as well. He's pretty tanky, actually. He found great items to bolster his defenses. Speed Scroll trying to get away. And he barely survives. Got the level 2 as well. The upgrade for the Aura is big. The Endurance now going to be a big, big help. Dude, Dark Ranger picked up the Agi Tome as well. She's got plus 16 Agi. Crazy strong Dark Ranger.
A player's forces are under attack.
Dark Ranger isn't really the craziest damage dealer. She's not the craziest hard carry. But she still does right-click damage. She still gets out a lot of right-click hits. So this does help. Medallion of Courage, very good item also for DK and Lich. Gonna give it over to the Lich. Plus 8 strength now on him. These are amazing items for the undead player. Oh, another Agi Tome. Pick it up. Pick it up. Hell yeah.
A player's forces are under attack.
Lin is looking a bit hopeless here. Alright, gonna take out a Banshee. That's kinda nice. Last creep camp on the map now gone. Why is he making Berserkers though? You cannot tell me Berserkers are better than Wyvern here. Not against Dark Ranger. Can Lin still somehow win this game? Big supply lead on 1-2-0. Crazy strong items. Putting one ring also on the Lich to be safe against hero focus there. Safer, at least. And trying to go for Torrent Totem. Mud Golem. And Ice Troll Berserker. Mud Golem. Lol. Alright, Wyvern are eliminated quickly. And now the Dark Ranger is going to have a feast, isn't she? That's the first Kodo going down. Second Kodo trying to be saved. Didn't get off a Devour. And into the back line we go. And that's going to be Berserkers going down fast. This is not the same Lin from 2 weeks ago when he played against Abby. Maybe today something's just off. He's not making big mistakes in this fight. He's just too far behind. At this point, I don't even think a level 5 Blade could save him. The DK seems to be closer to level 5. Polnova finishes off the TC. That's going to do it for map 1. As 1-0 on a hot streak. Getting his 3rd map win in a row. 1-0 was a little bit quiet lately on the tournament circuit. But with this, proving again that he is a force to be reckoned with. Not a player to be underestimated. Lin today is 0-5 in maps. Crazy. I feel like we haven't seen Lin get this battered in a very long time. Well, let's see if the trend continues. We are gonna keep going here. Waste no time. Lin could go 0-6 in maps today. Crazy. I wouldn't have predicted this in a million years. But there's still redemption available to Lin. If he wins this series, then the losses today will not sting this bad. Or at least if he wins one map. Going down 0-6, you know, that never feels good. Obviously. Well, let's see how fate is going to turn out on map number 2. Alright, here in the early game, nothing's going on yet. I'm trying to get a little update from the B Cup. So Life took first place in the B Cup. That is not too much of a surprise. And Z-Pans was last. And oh, wait, they're done already. Oh, that was pretty quick. I guess B Cup finished already. Dice took second place. will make it into the playoffs alongside a life. Lynn is playing again tomorrow, by the way. Tomorrow, Lynn is playing in the B Cup. I gotta say, guys, I'm almost in shock. I'm almost in shock here how hard Lynn is getting owned. Well, has Lynn mentally resigned already? He is now last place guaranteed, even if he wins the rest of this series. DK picking up the circlet early. Blade Master got the gloves of haste. Oh, I didn't even notice. He's playing grunts. Grunts, you say?
Are under attack.
Is the time for Wyvern over? It seems like it.
A town is under siege.
Oh, Blade Master. Oh, he almost got the kill. Almost got the Acolyte. Not quite. Speed scroll. Used up now. Dude, I would be so happy if we stopped seeing Wyvern and saw some real armies again. Level 2 for the DK. Gets the item as well. Gloves of Haste. Once again, slippers, by the way. If you can hold on to those are very nice for a Dark Ranger. One grunt into Headhunters is the build. It's going to be an old school Tier 3 triple hero, Blade Shadow, TC with Headhunters. Last hit. Again, a little bit too late. With a slightly faster Windwalk, could have perhaps tried to get the last hit there. Or maybe it was too risky. Okay, gets a ghoul there.
Players' forces are under attack.
Then again, trying to slow down the undead creeping. But EK's damn close to level 3 already. And no last hit steals allowed. Can he get that one? Oh, does he know how important that is? Maybe he knew this was level 3. Couldn't prevent it though. Death Knight gets it. Looking for that surround, but the Shadow Hunter is showing up. Who's he gonna go for? It is the Death Knight. There is no speed scroll though. I don't know if you can kill him. Ooh, it is the Blade almost getting surrounded in exchange. But here we go. Finally, a glimmer of light in the game for Lynn. He's gonna get 2 ghoul kills right here. Maybe this is where his comeback can begin. Can steal this camp away as well.
Under attack.
The Lich is a lot later. The Dika has plenty of coils. Oh, Sentry Ward is a nice item here as well. Yeah, can place it here. He's gonna see the undead's movements quite a bit. Wyvern? Oh no. Please don't tell me there's just gonna be a Wyvern game in the end. And a Tauren Totem. Well, 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 isn't that interesting? And Remo. Afterwards, maybe there will be a show match between 40 and Lyn. Oh. Okay. Really, that late? Oh, Nova, Coil on the Shadow. Oh, great creep jack by 120. Realizing how strong he is right now with that nuke. He's got one more Nova and a bunch of coils ready. Especially these headhunters are easy to kill. I'm trying to go Taurens, I wonder. Oh yeah! Early Taurens, baby. Let's go. On this map, with health fountains, I can get behind it. Lyn needs more levels and more items. That is always the story for Orc in this matchup. Orc triple hero with Blade is insanely strong with its potential, but it has a lot of conditions. Blade is revealed. He's going to try to go for it if there's an opportunity. No. No way. Legion Doomhorn, not going to be of any use for the undead outside the gold. It's a funny looking army. We got one Grunt, one Wyvern, one Tauren, and two Headhunters. And surprisingly, only the Shadow Hunter died. The rest of the units got away. Maybe a bit negligent by 120. Could have easily hunted for at least one or two more kills right there. Chad is saying the last thing Lyn needs is to get owned by Pally Rifles after this. Lyn has, in the last 4 maps against Fortitude, Lyn is up 3-1 against Pally Rifles. Yeah, but I think it's fair to say today is not the best we've ever seen Lyn play. No reinforced defenses. You gotta protect those burrows early. We do have improved Pulverize already. Of course, the ghouls should at all times try to stay away from the Tauren. The Tauren should be the very last thing that the ghouls should try to kill. Levels and items. Levels and items. That's what Lyn needs. Level 3 Shadow. That is a good level up that he much appreciates. Berserker upgrade. With more Berserkers as well. I think a second Wyvern would have been better, to be honest, but fair enough. Science in the TC, trying to kill him early before the Stomp, but the Stomp comes out. This could be a good fight for the Orc. Destroyer goes down. The ghouls are all hurt already. He'll scroll against it, though. There's no Black Arrow yet from the Dark Ranger. Berserkers can still die quickly, even without Skellies. Silence on the Blade. Reveal as well. There's the heal wave coming through. Blade's still healthy. Shop is about to finish, and it couldn't be sooner. What a mana steal. Lich. Now he's in trouble. If there was a Hex, perhaps a kill opportunity. PC comes in with one more Stomp. Ghouls, are they looking for the surround? Not really. Death Knight now, very hurt. The Tauren makes it very weird for the ghouls to get involved. They're always afraid of the Pulverize, as you can see. Slowly healing up. Statues and replenishment potion. The Tauren is working out really well, I would say. It was very expensive. He spent like 500 gold for one Tauren with Pulverize. It's more than a hero. But look at the pulverize. It's looking good. TC gonna go down, but he's cheap to resurrect. Oh, there's a purge on the Dark Ranger. If 1-0 is forced back, then Lin can keep creeping, and he can keep leveling. That would be a big win for him. And he's winning the fight. Oh, Lin! For the first time today, looking in a really strong position now, I think. One to 0. Not too much left. The supply is even, though. Killing the Tauren would be big. Trying to run away. Invo potion taken by the Lich. Doesn't want to allow that on the Orc side. TC level 2 would be huge. Blade level 3 would be huge. 1-0 knows if he backs off, the Orc quickly gets stronger. Lin played for the late game here. And he hasn't reached full potential yet. He needs 2 more creep camps, and then it's a different affair. Silence on the TC, but another ghoul goes down. This Tauren, I feel like, has done very, very well. Clear move speed advantage right now on the undead side before we have endurance. The TC is not too far away anymore.
The player's forces are under attack.
It's a lot about hero levels and items in this matchup. DK about to get 4. Good level up there as well. Dark Ranger and Lich. Are they all gonna level up? Oh my god, triple level up. You gotta keep going. 1-0, you gotta keep fighting here. You can't back off. Then trying to creep the fountain. He can do it, of course, without problems. But in the meantime, his base is gonna suffer. Spike barricades coming in, perhaps again a bit late. Bestiary being remade early. Lots of lumber this time on the Orc. Okay, TC got level 2, Blade got level 3, Shadow still level 3, Lionhorn, good item for him. It is level 2 crit, I like that on the Blade. Again, he doesn't have the best items. This map, not great for stacking heroes. Going for a Zeppelin. Wants to protect his units from the Dark Ranger, Black Arrow, Snowball. Statues might be caught in the back. We don't have Raider and Snare, but we have Orb of Lightning for the Purge. TC with the Stomp. Could be landing a nice one here, but he's silenced, of course. First Berserker goes down. Where is the Zeppelin? Zeppelin not being used at the start by Lin. Has to juggle a lot of things here, of course. Has to micro many units at the same time. Going for the Tauren, trying to get the kill, but there is the Zeppelin now, and that's a save. Well done. Dark Ranger, super hurt. Some destroyers have gone down already. Look at all the damage on the ghouls. Lin having a great fight right here. Unload, upload, great play with the Zeppelin. Another destroyer falls. Shadowhunter level 4. And I think we are finally seeing Lin with a W on his 6th map of the day. Momentum now on the Orc side. And once Orc has momentum, once he has the lead tempo-wise with these heroes, it's very hard for Undead. DK gonna dare to try to steal the item, but the creeps blocked him. Quel'Thala's Boots. Finally a really good item for the Blade Master. 180 crits already. One to 0 trying to transition, going for Banshees. Banshees for Curse, very good. Of course, these days you cannot possess Taurens anymore. When it mattered the least, Lin pulls through. Yeah, I guess that's kind of true today. Is it me or is the video quality bad? Really? It should be 1080p. Oh, love that Zeppelin. Looks like Lin has finally fully woken up. Beautiful coil dodge right there. Zeppelin in the right hands. Very, very strong. Zeppelin is the best weapon to stop the Dark Ranger's snowball. That's one Burzy going down, though. Blade charging forward, looking for that purge. There it is! That's another kill. Gets the level 4. It takes a long time to get to this stage. 4-4-3 heroes. But once you're there, this Orc army late game is so powerful. If you have a couple of items. It's not the most insane inventory for Lin here, by no means. But he's got a couple of good ones, especially on the blade. Pretty sure we're gonna go to a third map here. What is 120 looking for? Against this strat, by the way. I think Undead could just expand. It takes so long to come online. Why no Mass Destroyer? Yeah, this might not be a bad idea right now, actually. But against Demon... Excuse me. Blade Master. Against Blade and Berserkers, Destroyers usually have a tough time. Tiny Great Hall. And that is the win condition placed. If Lin holds on to this, this will be his game. I don't know why so many undeads get adept training. Happy also does this, and I think it's a big mistake, using Anti-Magic Shell before he fights against the Orc. Anti-Magic Shell, right now, only reduces damage from TC Stomp, which is almost no damage anyways. And maybe it reduces Pulverize? Okay, wait, I actually don't know this. Does AMS absorb Pulverize? Okay, I'm gonna try to learn something here. It's a big army by 120. Morphing the Destroyers. He's got the supply lead.
A player's forces are under attack.
Okay, he is using AMS on the ghouls. This is a strong push by 120. The one who micros this better will win this game. Right here, right now. Of course, shop advantage, reinforcement advantage on the Orc side. I'm trying to see if the Pulverize does damage. It looks like it absorbs it, right? I think. Goes in the back, trying to get the kills. Ooh, the heal scroll right before the Nova and the load up again. Oh, the Zeppelin play is just beautiful. Web now ready. Lich very hurt, by the way. Gets a coil one more time. He's ignoring the Zeppelin. He can't unload with the Berserkers right now. Heal scroll coming in again, though. Kodo Beast gets over Devour. Would be a big kill. One of the last Novas being used. Kodo is dead. Zeppelin webbed again. Invo Potion. Stomp. DK still has lots of coils available. We're seeing Ancestral Spirit even coming into play. The Berserkers are almost all dead. Here's a Stomp. Now the ghouls are all very hurt. Blade Master just chopping away one by one. Ghouls are now super low HP. And they are gonna fall. It looks like. The ultimate Orc army here holds on back at the expansion. Berserkers almost all die, but doesn't seem to matter. He delayed it long enough. With a bit of a crit towards the end, the Lich goes down, and that's going to be game. Lin ties it up. Finally gets on the board at least. I'm sure that's a bit of relief for Lin. First 2 games of the day went rather horrible. Not sure yet if he's going to win this series, but at least gets the monkey off his back, gets that one map that can feel like a breath of fresh air quite often. Wyvern didn't work, but the Torrents did. Torrents against ghouls, obviously very good. 1-0 here, perhaps a bit too persistent. As I said, an expansion play could have been really, really good here. With a good early game position he was in, mid-game position rather, he was in. Well, let's decide this series. Let's find out who's going to be winner of match number 5. Where's the game? There it is. Lin in the top right. 1-0. Bottom left. Is this without Classic Plus mod? And yeah, this is without visual mods. It is a fast tech again, though. No grunt opening this time. Lin still trusting in the fast tech Wyvern.
Town is under siege.
Death Knight going for the natural creep right away. Ooh, that's a little bit risky, isn't it? If the blade happens to come here right away... Uh-oh. A little unlucky, maybe, for 1-0 that Lin gets here right away. Oh, but can steal the big boy at least. The DK, though, he can't finish this camp. That's for sure. It's going to cost him a lot of mana as well. I think that's a big win for Lin. He's going to get almost a ghoul kill right here. Ring of Protection is a good item if we're seeing an Alchemist. Last hit stolen, by the way. One last hit goes to the Blade Master. Big W for Lin. A little bit lucky in guessing the creep route. If 1-0 had been at this creep camp, it would have been all fine. But 1-0 also took the risk. Going for this camp, he knows the Blade might be showing up right away. And now, DK no level 2 yet. Low on mana. This is a bad start for 1-0.
A player's forces are under attack.
This time it's just going to be the straight Wyvern play. Thank you very much, KMM, with the resub. Ooh, Blade got the last hit. That one was really hard to find between all those ghoul attacks. 1-0 was playing around the last hit there really well. That was just kind of unlucky, to be honest, that the blade got that one. The luck seems to be returning to Lin for his last map of the day. Not gonna get this last hit though. That's gonna be 1-2 zeros. Ring of protection only. Oh, the Skelly.
A player's forces are under attack.
Almost cancels the heal. Blade Master. Oh my god, that was half a second. So close. I guess there, Lin wasn't that lucky. Another coil forced. Trying to keep the DK's mana low. Oh, got the last hit. The Death Knight did, but one of Mana Steel goes to the Blade Master. That's going to be more mana drained, and a ghoul goes down. Experience. Coil necessary. And now look at the mana. 0 left on the DK. Not much experience on Lin, that's true, but other than that, a fantastic early game. Little bit of hex creeping. We've seen that many times before. As we are... Oh! Wait! It's not Mass Wyvern. Could use the one of Mana Steel right here. There is a mana potion on the DK. Could pop that. Look for the kill. Oh, and the creep walks back! Haha! Lin not gonna be allowed to get that one too easily. Can he kill the DK though? Block. Hex. Speed scroll. Oh wait, he's dead, right? One more hex. Oh, Blade, where you going? Ooh, the Nova! Oh! Not enough! DK goes down. Huge kill on the level 3 hero. 1-2-0, a little too aggressive here. Great block though by Lin. That block with a shadow enabled this kill in the first place. And now the Ghoul squad is showing up. Oh, is the time of Mass Wyvern over, guys? Oh my god, I would be so happy. I would be so happy if Mass Wyvern were over. But one series is not enough to tell. Bell of Giant Strength. Decent item for the DK. And Lin hasn't lost anything so far. Again, same thing as before. What Lin needs is levels and items. Remember last map? Lin was stuck on 2-2-1 levels for a long time. But once he got 3-3-2, all of a sudden this orc strategy with triple hero unlocks. Great defensive items for the TC, but the blade really has nothing in terms of real damage. But now at least an Orb of Lightning. Endurance Aura first this time.
A player's forces are under attack.
And we got the first Tauren. We've been seeing Taurens a lot in Orc Mirror. And very rarely against human when there's expo play. Now against undead we might see them as well. Blade not going to be allowed to steal here. Creepin', creepin', creepin'. That's all that Lin wants to do right now. He would love to creep the entire map before the first fight is fought. And I think 1-0 is too passive here. Why is 1-0 not here? Why is he not forcing a fight? And if Lin backs off and doesn't take the fight, then 1-0 could take both these camps for himself. I think 1-0 is giving too much space to Lin right now to be creeping up and leveling.
Forces are under attack.
And soon, those big level ups will be reached. There's really not much anti-air for Lin though. Destroyers could be very, very strong here. Playing without Berserkers is pretty risky. Makes one Bat Rider, but that one doesn't even kill a Destroyer. We're gonna have one game left after this, by the way. 1-0 versus Kaho. Another Ring of Protection. First Destroyer up in the air. I wonder if he's not too heavy on Torrents. Like, there's no anti-air. Here comes the bat, but the coil should be in. Yep, there it is. More Destroyers have to be morphed. The Wyvern is almost out of the fight already. Getting taken out now. Blade Master trying to cut down the Destroyer, but the Blade Master has no damage. Move the Torrent. It's a lot of ghouls going down, by the way. Stomp, Pulverize. The ghouls are not having a good time in the slightest. Torrent, was it denied? No, not quite. Almost denied, though. Kodo Beast didn't get off a Devour yet, surprisingly. Torrent running away quite fast with that Endurance Aura. Hellstone on the Death Knight, by the way, can still use that, possibly. He's chasing after the Kodo Beast. Should be a guaranteed kill. Pretty slow now, also without Aura available at the moment in the fight. Torrent, it's going to be another painful loss if he gets it. DK is chasing for the kill. That one also was not quite denied, I think. But maybe the Walkers can res. Is he going for Walkers? No, he's not. It's Torrents. More and more Torrents. Lots of losses on both sides. Blade Master with no potion. Blade very unlucky this game. He found 0 damage. Nothing. But still enough to kill lots of ghouls.
A player's forces are under attack.
Fiends now being made. Big red camp being taken. On both sides. Could be a huge item here. Oh, not for Lin. That's pretty unlucky. Gets the Kodo Aura that he already has. DK getting out of range. Wants to give solo experience to the Dark Ranger. Gonna be a good jump for her. Level 2.5. Oh, and also here the already available Aura. So that's fair, I guess. But Lin is getting a lot of experience. Got this camp, this camp. There's a little bit left still over here. Blade Master now almost level 4. Again, though, with very weak items. Lin is pretty close to triple level 4, though. That is certainly quite good. Dark Ranger should be solo creeping this to get closer to 3. Bit of a mistake here by 1-0. Okay, did the Blade finally buy some damage items? No, he didn't. He didn't buy a single damage item. Kind of shocked. Okay, we're getting more anti-air now, by the way. Berserkers being added. They're going to be harder to reach now without ghouls. 1-0 is playing a transition into Fiends. Where the TC can be very good with level 2 Stomp. Also, Torrens, of course, really good against Fiends. Dude, I think Torrens might make a lot of sense in this matchup, you guys. No more creeps on the map. Big power spike here for 1-0. He's going for the Destroyer Chain Morph. We got 3 in the air, 2 statues on the ground. But home turf advantage for Lin. In we go. TC leading the charge. There should be a silence upon him. Oh, Storm perfectly on the Fiend. It's going to be the first one. Almost instantly going down. Nova trying to take out the first Spirit Walker, but hard to kill. Can't get him. And now the Pulverize and the TC in the middle of everything. Titan's going to wear off pretty soon. Berserker's taking a little while to kill, but more Skellies could be raised. The Dark Ranger here, I think she's the one who has to save the day with Black Arrow. It's only level 1 Black Arrow. Orc Army and Orc Heroes once again seem to be too strong, even with the Blade having such weak items. The Torrens today, the X Factor. Lin looking for his 1 win in today's tournament. And I think he's doing it. TC level 4. In fact, every hero on the Orc side is level 4. The Dark Ranger is the one who clearly is trailing behind. Fiends are still looking bad against Orc. I feel like almost everywhere that is the case at the moment. Except against Wyvern, I guess. Those Torrens, such a menace. And I think actually, you want to just A-click the Torrens these days, right? Don't even focus fire, just A-click and have them do a lot of passive damage over time to the undead army. There also doesn't have the damage here to really find the kills. What's he gonna kill? Maybe some headhunters. Blade Master. He's not the big damage dealer, but he's tough to bring down. And the Kodo is the one who's adding more damage to the entire army. Death Knight almost going down with a Hex and a Crit and a Pulverize. He's gone. Blade Master trying to save himself. 4 HP. Barely getting out of this. And won't be going down. That's the game. Lin finds his redemption towards the end of the day. His last match of this day, he wins with a 2-1 with Torrens against Undead. 1-0, absolutely not able to find the answer to Torrens today. That's the next thing I'm looking out for in the meta. Is it just a flash in the pan, or will we see more Torrens in general against Undead? That's an interesting question that's gonna need some exploration. Would love to see a Happy versus Lynch show match next, where he faces the Torrens, but for that we will have to wait a little bit. Okay, so let's take a look at the standings. We are almost finished. Lawlight and Lin done with their games already. Kaho and 1-0. Or Kaho and 1-0, the last 2 players in the race. Okay, so if 1-0 wins, he's first place, right? If he wins 2-1, the map score between the two is going to be even, but the head-to-head is going to favor 1-0. Yeah. So 1-0, doesn't matter how he wins, but if he wins, he's first place. And if he loses, Cow is first place. And Lawlight, he lost to 1-0. If 1-0 loses... Wait. Oh yeah, 1-0. Even if he loses 2-0, he's still going to be second place. Yeah, still going to be second place, even if he loses 2-0, because he defeated Lawlight in the head-to-head. And they would then have the same map score. You have to steal torrents. You cannot steal torrents anymore with Banshees. Doesn't work. They nowadays have resistance skin by default. Okay, we got one last game for the day, folks. Kao versus 120. Winner takes first, loser takes second place in the L Cup today. Oh, don't want to forget to cash out the Gamba. Once I started doing Gamba, that's when Lin started winning. Maybe I have to do that more in the coming days. Tomorrow is going to be Group F, by the way, in the B Cup. There we're going to see Lin again. Lin against Sini and Sok against Xiao KK in tomorrow's B Cup. Okay, 1 minute, and then we're going to be ready to start our last series of the day. Is 40 really playing a show match now against Lin? It's quite late already in China. Oh, he is playing a show match against Lin. What the hell? What the hell? Maybe we're going to check out the replays tomorrow. Because now the games are running at the same time. Lin against 40 and 120 versus Kaho. Do we have that on War 3 info already? No. Okay. Last map, folks. Hold on. We need 1 more minute. All right. All right, here we are. 6th and final match of the day, 120 versus Kaho. The two Chinese players are the most successful today. They're gonna take first and second place in this round robin tournament, the L Cup 15. And let's do one last Gamba for the road, shall we? I was very surprised to see 120 play so much one base today. Against Lawlight, at least. Was a really cool series. Long games. And it seemed like, to me, Lawlight was very close to winning on a number of occasions. On this map especially, I've seen 120 expand many, many times before. But if he's not pulling the creeps, then maybe he's not gonna do it.
A player's forces are under attack.
The hunter about to come out. Oh, maybe he is gonna pull the creeps. With the little acolyte trick. Oh, but nice wisp block. Oh, great wisp block. Pull denied. Right, we got 4 acolytes moving out. I mean, 4 ghouls moving out. And an acolyte. Demon Hunter is now charging across the map, trying to harass. Zero is trying to take out the big creep first. This is the one that causes the most issues if the Demon Hunter is here to harass as well. I think that's the right way to creep this. Ziggurat is coming in a very weird position though. I'm not a big fan of that necessarily. And this camp was surprisingly easy here. Oh, Demon also denied some units. Ooh. I think that must be at least... I think that's 2 units denied. I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch it. Normally you always get level 2 from this camp. If you get full experience from your creep camp, and it just detonate 1 skelly, that's level 2. So he definitely denied at least 1 creep, maybe 2. Of course, it's very hard to manage this perfectly. You have to be very swift, very good at multitasking. This is not a fantastic start for the Night Elf. Trying to counter-expand with the Tree of Life, but there's no way this is gonna finish. Demon Hunter very hurt already. It's gonna take a lot of moon juice. Can he save the tree? Coil too late. Wait. Oh, oh my god, he's actually gonna save it. What? Wow. I did not think he had a chance of saving this tree. Okay. Sick hold by Kaho. I thought that tree was dead for sure. Well done. With lots of wisp detonates
Forces are under attack.
that were expensive but necessary. And that expansion, though, is going to be done pretty soon. A little over a minute. Oh, the Demoner. Is he looking for a cancel, maybe? Oh, he is spotted by the ghouls right here. We do have mana burn now. There's no Nerob Tower yet. If Kaho knew this, but of course, there's no way for him to know. If he knew, he could cancel. They're coming back for the tree kill. He's going to force wisps to repair, so even if he doesn't get the tree, he knows he's going to get a bunch of wisps, and that is good enough. Actually here, only 1 wisp went down. Ah, 2 wisps. 2 wisps falling, along with at least 3 detonated, so it's at least 5 wisps that have been used up already. Maybe even some more. It's a weird base build, by the way. Just a big wall of Moonwells and Altar. I don't think that's exactly the best base build you can look for. Quite a few wisps falling here in the end. And not too many ghouls.
A player's forces are under attack.
DK, though, still pretty low level, so that's at least something for the Night Elf. 1-0 normally. His game plan is always to pass expand, go tier 3, go for a 70 supply timing, and then win right there on the spot with that timing. No Nerob Tower still is very greedy. Getting it only now. Again, there would have been an opening here for the demon to do something, but without a scout, there's no way for Kaho to know. Ideally, there should be 1 wisp here, checking for a Nerob. And if there's none, which is a low chance, but if there's none, then he could have been aggressive. Naga as a second hero, looking
Forces
for
are under attack.
stabilization here on tier 2. Oh, one end snare. It's an easy kill. Cow now holding well at home. This little adventurer not gonna net 1-0 too much. Gonna reach tier 2 soon, remaking the altar as he should. He had summoned that earlier to get more resources. DK is looking to be very underleveled here, by the way. Not even remotely close to level 3 yet. While the Demon Hunter is going to lock it in right here. Goes for the Shredder. He's going to have a lot of lumber. And soon also a lot of gold. The question is, how much time does he have before the undead push arrives? Because tier 3 has started. Oh, 1-0 supply blocked. Can't start the Lich yet. Demon Hunter getting both big consumables. Big mana and one of mana steel. That is the 2 items he didn't want. Well, I guess the scroll also he didn't want. Creeping up fast is Cow here. I like his quick movement across the map, trying to level up as quick as he can. Level 3 Naga could be achieved here if he gets the full experience, which he should. So DK and Naga almost on par with experience. Talisman of Evasion is actually a great item for the demon. He's running around in the south. Oh, Naga. He actually needs a little bit more for that level 3. The little green camp will do it.
A player's forces are under attack.
Now full mining at the Night of Expansion finally. And the expansion though, almost 2,000 gold ahead, so big econ lead on 1-2-0.
A player's forces are under attack.
Almost level 4 on the Death Knight. Gonna be a nice upgrade for the entire army. Lich waiting for the tier 3. So Lich is gonna be probably quite underleveled, but just as an orb carrier and throwing out a couple of Novas can be quite good already. Destroyer form coming up. Frenzy should be getting upgraded as well. We still have a lot of ghouls at home. Oh, is he forgetting about Frenzy? Ooh, 1-0. Forgetting about... Ah, there it is. Okay, I was about to say. That would have been very bad, forgetting about the most important upgrade. Along with Destroyer form. We're trying to get a bit of a solo experience here. Gonna get a quick level 2 then. As we have Kaho back at home. Bracing for impact. No talons, no hippos, just bears and dryads. As many as he can. Going for a second shop as well. Clear supply lead on the undead. Can Kaho really hold here? His army partially consists of archers, not what you want this late in the game. Who's in the front line, getting Fog Lightning. Good mana burn on the DK. Heal Scroll being held on to. Now would be the right time. There it is. Heal Ward as well. Big undead army. Positioning here, a little bit rough on one Fiend. But the Bear's also quickly getting sniped. Demon Hunter taking a lot of damage. He's got good defensive items, but perhaps not good enough. Going over to the shop, going for the heal potion. That one's going to heal him up a bit by 250 HP. Now trying his best to hold on here, but he is overwhelmed in numbers. So far, staff out on the demon. Healing up one more time. He's going for a third hero, Podum. Could think about an orb of venom perhaps as well. Demon Hunter got the level 4. Can Kaho hold? The Ancient of War is helping out as well. Got lots of piercing damage, but not much frontline left anymore. Double level 4 is nice. But 1-0 still with a huge army. 68 supply. He can reinforce so easily here. He did end up losing all the Fiends, it turns out. Demon Hunter hurt again, staffed again, but now the healing is minimal. Bear reinforcements perhaps coming in a bit late. A little bit more munches up here. Now trying to hold on. Buy himself some more time for more production. Thank you, Elagatua, with the resub. Oh! He gets the kill! Hold on! The sub distracted me! DK goes down with a Fog Lightning. That's big experience. No aura here for a short while. 1-0. He doesn't have many resources, by the way. He has to cancel some units. It's A-bomb to get the DK back from the tavern. Big kill for Kaho. Can that be the winning play? He's not there yet, to be honest. Still down in supply by a lot. 1-0 though. We're going to respect his opponent. He's going to back off for a moment. Creep a little bit.
Players' forces are under attack.
Fiend freebie, but that's only a small part of the big undead army. 80 supply against 60.
A player's forces are under attack.
Reinforcements are coming in though. 65 supply now. We got double orb of venom also. That's quite good. Naga about to lock in level 3. Surprisingly, this camp is still here. The ghouls might attract their attention.
Players' forces are under attack.
It seems like one production building might be lacking for Kaho. Sometimes he's floating some resources here, having trouble to spend it, but then again, he's spending him again. Mana burn, rejuve, getting dispelled though. DK, out of mana. We go into the fight. Fog Lightning, Death Knight again, taking a lot of damage here. DK in no man's land. Oh, bad micro by 1-2-0. Using all the heal scrolls to save the first hero. Invo potion, he survives, and the demon killed. The demon died. He had a staff, but he didn't use it. Cow was too focused on his own hero kill. Oh, man. Can it still be his fight, though? DK, where is he? He's at the lab, going for the Zeppelin. What's happening in this fight here? Big supply lead still on the undead side. Demon is back from the tavern. He's trying to take out the Zeppelin. Losing so much in the meantime, though. Zeppelin falls. Naga goes down as well. Didn't TP out in time. I think she was stuck in cast animation. When you're casting a spell and you're in animation, at that moment you cannot use items. It's the only time, other than when you're stunned, you can't use items. Oh man, if that Demon Hunter doesn't die, could have perhaps been his game. But 1-0 is going to close it out. Good game by Kaho. Cool hold that he showed here. Kaho, I think, in general, quite strong with that counter expo style. If that demon doesn't die there towards the end, maybe that can be his game. Maybe. DK was in the very wrong neighborhood. 1-0, almost punished for his mistakes there. But barely brings it across the finish line. All right. 1-0 now, one map away from taking first place in the group. Let's see if we're going to close things out here already on map 2, or if we're going to go all 3 maps. I don't know about you guys, but I would love to see a 3-mapper here. 1-0 and Kaho, both looking strong today. Ah, shit, wait. I forgot about the overlay again. It's been a very even back and forth affair between Kaho and 1-0 lately over the last couple of months. Let's see if this is going to be reflected here. And we're going to have a third map later on. Echo Isles, a classic map. Of course, the 2.0 updated version here. It is a tailor-made map for Fast Expansion. It is so good for Fast Expo that everyone goes for it here normally. Even Happy, who seems much more reserved normally about playing this strat. I just realized there was another classic B2W rip moment, by the way, with that Demon Hunter falling. It's very risky to play Demon Hunter without Invo Potion. He was playing just with staffs. Staff of Preservation and Staff of Teleportation. But if you slip up once, like we saw there, boom, the demon is dead, and then when the demon is dead, the game is most of the time over. Death Knight against Demon Hunter here. There is no surprise with that.
A player's forces are under attack.
I would expect that Kaho is likely going to try to counter-expand again. Acolyte wants to pull in the green camp towards the Ancient of War to make this camp harder. Oh, and he stole the Shadow Priest as well. Ooh. 1-0 can be very annoying with this.
The town is under siege.
Oh, that creep is prevented for the time being. Oh, what's going on here? Demon Hunter wants to chase down for this kill. He is going to get the Shadow Priest. It's a 200 gold unit, so it is kind of a painful loss. And what is there's only creeping with 2 ghouls here. Because he hired the Shadow Priest. Oh, wait, does Kaho know this? Because the Shadow Priest was hired, there's less gold for ghouls, so there's fewer ghouls creeping here. Smart move by Kaho. He is expanding already. Harassing with mana burn. Going for the DK. And if you can just stick around here and prevent the Expo from coming up, this is a big win for Kaho. Right now, buying time is in Kaho's interest. With his own Tree of Life coming. He's going to make archers. Going to force ghouls. DK now out of mana, and he might be out of mana for a long time. If Demon gets steal, it would be worth the TP. But DK got it. Oh, and he got the archer. Oh, that's big. So close to getting the steal. Couldn't quite manage, though. Demon Hunter gets the claws of attack at least. 1-0, though. He's coming for the counterattack. Oh, losing that one archer is pretty painful, actually. He's not going for the counterattack. Maybe one creep camp into counterattack. Of course, we can see what Kaho is up to. If he was getting attacked in the main base now, this would be very stressful for Kaho indeed. We got the mercs. Those are a big help. Parry up for the demon, also a good item. Alright, here we go now. Ghoul attack towards the main base. DK's items are alright. Tree of Life finishing up, but the main is undefended. Wisps evacuating right away. There's going to be one Moonwell going down minimum. Demon Hunter going to pick up the item. Not going to creep the whole camp. Has to get back to the main. These Moonwells represent also a lot of healing for the Demon Hunter. Healing that he needs with how low HP he is. Moonwells will have to be remade. We do have Immolation. It's a good weapon right now against the ghouls. Decent AoE damage. And a nicely timed level 3. Ah. If he had repaired, maybe could have saved the Moonwell. It was kind of close. Tree of Life over towards the Expo. And this time around, the Expo timing difference should be much more in Kaho's favor. It was almost a 2,000 gold difference on the last map. Should be closer to 1,000 maybe. Maybe even less. Maybe just 600 gold difference here. The creeps are asleep on the job. Yeah, if this Entangled comes up, I think that would be amazing for Kaho. Seems to me like Kaho's in a great spot here. D-Mana also good levels on him. 3.5 already. Last hit to the DK. Gets the level 3. D-Mana right now, very strong of course with level 3 and boots. He's throwing his weight around as we've seen so often.
A player's forces are under attack.
What's this Wisp doing up here? Oh, Knight of Army shows up. Would love to get a bunch of kills here. Level 4, not far off. That's another ghoul kill. Racking up the tally. Alright, we got tier 2 finished. Double lures coming. And Expo already mining. And comparing the gold mines, it's about an 800 gold difference maybe. That's really good for Kaho compared to before. And he's got a strong Demon Hunter. Gonna lock in level 4 very soon. think he just bought a Ring of Protection. I like to see that. Oh wait, that's a big ring, right? That's a ring +5. Hell yeah. Good position for Kaho in this game.
A player's forces are
He's
under
again not gonna try to go talents. That has backfired for him in the past. Being greedy, trying to go for double lore and double wind, and then the talents never really make it out and he just gets killed. An early push. Ooh, look at this Demon Hunter. Oh my god, he's gonna be so tanky. Holy hell. Amazing items for the Demon Hunter.
player's forces are under attack.
Feels to me like Kao is in a great position here. I wouldn't be surprised to see a third map. Wouldn't mind a third map. Look at the demon, he's just shrugging off the damage. And the great thing with Moonwells is, you can drop the items on the ground, heal from the Moonwells, and that increases their healing efficiency by so much.
A player's forces are under attack.
Tome of Retraining. Oh, okay. Invest the 200 gold to get 2 levels of evasion. That equates to a lot of EHP increase as well. $1150 HP on the demon. 11.6 armor. And 20% evasion. Huge EHP from this demon. Raid boss Demon Hunter here. But still, if you have no Invo Potion, that can sometimes be a problem, even with all that HP. He's gonna rely on staffs though, once again. No invuln. We'll see if this time it's gonna work out better for him.
A player's forces are under attack.
We got a Potom third coming again. 65 supply versus 57 currently. Imagine Rune Bracers. Belt! Could be even more HP for the demon. Thank you, PoE, with the resub. I'm sorry for the loud sounds, you guys. It's a bit buggy these days, these alerts. I'm gonna mute it now. Okay, 80 supply, almost, against 70 as well for Kaho. 70, Kaho also has the faster reinforcements, of course. Oh, Demon Hunter, almost getting surrounded. But look, he's tanking the entire undead army, and look how much HP he still has. The downside is, Rejuve also only heals a fraction of the HP when you have so much. But the DK is out of mana. 1 mana potion only left. The bears having a bit of a tough time connecting to do the damage. Demon Hunter with another good mana burn. Great mana burn play here. This Demon Hunter is just an absolute beast. Giga Boss Demon Hunter. Fault Lightning comes through. All the ghouls are dead. The Demon Hunter, he's just laughing. He's laughing in the face of this undead army. He's shrugging off all the damage. Ridiculously tanky. Death Knight is going down. Demon Hunter still didn't have to be staffed. Oh my god, this demon, bro. This demon don't care. He no care. Staff out. He can drop the items. Oh, didn't even do it. Imperfect efficiency. Not that he needs it here. That's gonna tie things up 1-1. Kaho with one hell of a Demon Hunter. And a great expansion, counter timing. And a great game sense as well, by the way. This was really great game understanding. Kao understood, okay, you went for the Shadow Priest. That means you are low on ghouls right now. Your expo creep is going to be weak, or you're going to be extremely low on lumber. So I'm going to go aggressive, mess up your day. And that bought him a lot of time. Also time that he had for his own Tree of Life expo timing. Very nicely done by Kaho. We are tied up. We have one last map for the day to decide first place in L Cup 15. Where are we going? Northern Isles is our destination. Let's crown a champion. One to 0 in the bottom left, Kaho in the top right. Both maps in this series so far were all about expansion. In game number 1, it felt like Kaho's counter expansion came up just a little bit too late, all things considered. Game number 2, the counter expo timing was exquisite. On this map, though, I would say expanding is clearly a bit harder for Undead, because of the ability for the Demon Hunter to show up early for the harass. And this camp not being the easiest. It's not the hardest either, but not as easy as on Echo Isles.
Players' forces are under attack.
So we got 7 Acolytes again. This is normally the telltale sign that it is going to be a fast expansion, of course. Kaho is going to have his eyes peeled. Most Night Elves expect fast expo by 1 to 0 these days on many maps. That's why it was such a big surprise earlier to see no expo against Lawliot. There was one base play by 1 to 0. There it was a successful 2-0, but close games nonetheless. But here comes the Demon Hunter. Wait. Oh, didn't even creep anything. Acolyte pull seems to have disrupted the creep. Is he going to go for an early counter expansion again, I wonder? This will be looking very similar to the previous map. Ooh, almost an opportunity for a last hit steal here. DK took a lot of damage already. If the DK drops too low, things get very uncomfortable for the Undead. Got another detonate.
A player's forces are under attack.
Unclear so far what Kaho is gonna do. Expand himself or not. With a lot of ghouls coming from the main base, this should sooner or later work. Question is just how long it's gonna take, how expensive it's gonna be. Ooh, Demon Hunter stole the last hit here. That's big. Got the little troll. And again, a counter expansion is coming up. So this is looking very similar to the last map, where the Demon is playing very aggressive out the gate. Oh, and the DK won't get level 2, I think, from the Ogre now. Or does he? No, right? No. Man, that one last hit steal making a big difference.
A player's forces are under attack.
Setting the TP, boots and staff for the demon. I mean, boots and circlet, of course. This time Chaos counter expansion is not going to be quite as fast as the previous map. So this one is going to be middle of the road kind of. Hammerfall, it was a little bit late. I guess here we don't know how early the tree is going to root. This is also going to be a big difference maker. How early we're going to actually have the expansion in the end. Oh, Demon Hunter. Is he going to find the ghouls making their way over?
The player's forces are under
Oh,
attack.
ensnare from the Murloc. I'm waiting for it. No, no ensnare. Okay, ghoul push into the main base. Scary moment. A little bit of a fake blight skull. It's not going to be a tower push though. Level 2 now for the Demon Hunter. Must make sure not to get surrounded here.
The town is under siege.
It's fine to just run around in circles. Oh, the tech is super late, by the way. It's fine to just run around in circles if you have to.
A player's forces are under attack.
And this Tree of Life is not going to be able to root for a while. In the back of the base, we have ghouls also fighting against the wisps, or fighting perhaps isn't a fair word to use here. The wisps can't fight back. The only way of the wisps to fight back, if you think about it, is to kill themselves. Which sounds pretty sad. Cow trying to push this attack back. Finally, he's getting a couple of ghoul kills here. Making a lot of archers, by the way. We got 6 archers on the field. They are good right now, but they're going to be garbage in the late game. DK almost seems to be surrounded here. Ooh. I think there was a chance here to go for the surround and look for the kill.
Forces are under attack.
We got more ghouls coming. Holy hell. So many ghouls. And still... Oh, Demon Hunter. Oh, look at that. Trying to find more ghouls. Got one. Not gonna get that one, though. Tree of Life has finished, but there was no time to creep. The pressure is still on. Lots of ghouls are being committed across the map. Lumber is in fact low, so maybe tier 3 is going to be delayed with all this ghoul aggression. Seems like Kao needs a hero badly. Second hero, in this case. Second hero would stabilize the situation for him tremendously. And the ended expansion is mining and mining and mining.
The player's forces are under attack.
The ghouls still in the main base. Very annoying. Now we got the Naga. This should finally bring some peace and quiet to the Night Elf main. Archers are solo creeping. Ooh, did he deny that one? Oh, no, he didn't. I don't think he did. Naga got some experience. Ring of Protection +5. We saw earlier how good that item can be. Level 3 for the Demon Hunter as well.
Player's forces are under attack.
Decently timed. DK needs a little bit more still. And... oh, I forgot about the altar. Macro mistake by 120. You can only tech tier 3 if you have an altar of darkness. That's going to slow down his push. The earliest he can try to look for a fight, and ideally, in his position, look to win the game, is with the tier 3 timing push. It's 2 minutes and 20 seconds for the tech, plus another 90 seconds for the destroyer form.
Are under attack.
So 4 minutes at the earliest. From now is when he can try to go for that fight. Is that enough time for Kaho to get prepared? Munjus is looking rough. But levels are looking fairly good. Oh, Scroll of the Beast can be really good for undead. That's a lot of damage if you have a big army. What changed for undead that they go expansion so often nowadays? Ever since the Sacrificial Skull doesn't take a graveyard anymore, undeads can expand way better. That is the technical game reason. The other reason is that many undeads don't want to play the one-base micro game anymore. Happy still does, because Happy dominates most players in one-base micro. But 1-0 isn't that good at one-base micro, at least against Night Elf. Let's compare the gold mines here real quick. 9,600 versus 7,500. Oh, wow. That's a huge gap. That's more than map 1, actually. It's more than 2,000 gold. This ghoul attack really slowed things down tremendously for Kao. And as we can see, tier 3 is not far off anymore. Kao kind of low lumber. I wonder if he's going to try to go for a shredder here. It's good levels on him at least. Naga 3. Demon getting level 4 here. Oh, wow. Oh, look at the lich items. It's going to be plus 20 damage with the orb.
Player's forces are under attack.
Okay, here comes the destroyer form. And then Kaho better be ready. I'm not sure that he's going to be, though. I gotta say. Not sure that he is going to be ready. The attack is hitting a bit earlier than I thought, even before the upgrades are finished. This might be a very easy GG to find. The numbers just so heavily in favor of the undead right now. We don't even have master training yet on these bears. Rejuve. Badly needed. Demon Hunter hurt. He might have a very tough time fully healing up again. He's got some good items, but not as insane as on the last map. Ooh, another bears. Ugh. GNL bears caught with a staff on cooldown. It's going to be at least one going down easily. Finally, master training is done. We get the first bear on the field. Way bigger army for 1-0. Sometimes the numbers decide these games. Now trying to cobble together an army, trying to spend his resources. Doesn't have an orb yet, by the way. Where's the shop? The shop is in the main. Can Kaho hold? 1-0's army is not shrinking. He's not losing much, and he can easily reproduce. None of there. Hurt again. Staffed out again. Another heal pot. Another rejuve. But now the Tree of Life in serious danger. We have a lot of wisps here ready to repair, but they're getting sniped quickly by this crazy stacked lich, has to be said. DK getting level 4. That was a good level up as well. Really good for all of the army. Kaho getting so close to the win today. But it seems like it's going to be 1-0's prize in the end. Or is it? 1-0 lost one series to Len after having the 1-0 lead. Now there seems to be a winning position. But also some more fiends are falling. Demon Hunter hurt again. Holding on to the invuln for as long as he can. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Going for the Naga. Gets that kill easily. Still a big supply gap. Trying to go for the Lich kill here. There has to be a mana burn before the staff. Didn't get it, but the Lich goes down! No follow-up coil! DK was a bit too short on mana. Maybe also the cooldown was still active. The Demon Hunter is healing up one more time. The Moonjuice is just enough to enable this. Double Orb of Venom. The Naga has it as well. Going for the slow with a level 2 Cold Arrow. Naga got the level 4. If he gets the DK kill, the game is his. And even without, he has a good chance. 20 supply down. How did he hold in this defense? Outstanding play with Demon Hunter and Staff with all the pieces of the army he had. Now level 2 for the board, for the bottom. Still a 20 supply lead though. Still a 20 supply lead somehow. 4-1-2-0. Heal scroll being used. Coil aggressively. That means Lich is exposed again, but the heal potion is available. Dryads still die easily. It's gonna be daytime in a moment, by the way. We got more bears coming. More and more bears. Anti-air perhaps not that impressive at the moment. A third Orb of Venom could be picked up soon.
A player's forces are under attack.
A little bit of a moment of respite before we head into the next fight. Oh, item on the ground. Only a crystal ball though. Big red camp up for grabs. Demon Hunter wants to get in some mana burns. But the A-bombs make it hard for the demon to get into position. You don't want to get too close to them. They stink a lot. I know that feeling from the subway. Oh, demon getting frostbolted from the creep. Whoops, that was the wrong boy to attack. Army size advantage still hugely on the undead. Gets the item, only the Legion Doomhorn. DK close to 5 though. Was a great hold by Kaho, but he's not out of the woods yet. By no means. Invo potion on cooldown for just a second. And he didn't get it. Didn't get the invuln, didn't get the heal scroll either. Double heal scroll and invuln and heal pot. On the undead. Double invuln in fact. The gold advantage is carrying hard here for 1-2-0. Can Kaho hold one more time? Getting blocked by the pig. What's going on? The pig is getting blocked. Is blocking him again. Are you kidding me? Dude, the demon can't hit. He's getting blocked by the pig. Pig is still here. Stinked up. Low HP. Lich also low HP, but there's an invo potion for him. A-bombs down the front line. So hard to chew through. They're being ignored for the time being, but they're also doing decent damage in exchange. The amount of staff cancelled by himself. And that's gonna do it. Alright, 1-0 does close it out. I thought for a moment it slipped away out of his grasp, but no, he does finish with a win. And that is him taking first place by one map of a difference, I think. With that, the map score is even. Yeah, the map score is even. And so the head-to-head goes to 1-0. Winner today of our L Cup 15. I feel like that's the first time in a while I see 1-0 win something. Well done by him today. Looking forward to see more from him in the future. All right, that's it from me today. Thank you all very much for tuning in, folks. I'm going to be back tomorrow again for more Warcraft action. We're going to see Lyn tomorrow again. He's facing another Night Elf. He was getting battered by the elves today. Tomorrow he is against Sini. In his group also, we have Sok and Xiao KK Looks like Lin and Sok are the big favorites here. But who knows? There might be a surprise. We'll see, we'll see. All right. Now it's time for some dinner. Have a good weekend, everybody. I will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.